out of turn, welcome to the Warsaw Police Department Training Center. I'm Jeff Rose, privileged to be the mayor. So thankful that you're here tonight. It is a unique setting. I apologize we don't have 300 seats, okay? I do apologize. We have a major renovation at City Hall. We still couldn't fit everybody in. Do understand if you're coming to observe and you become uncomfortable, you can go to our city website and you can view the meeting online, okay? So that's something to consider. I'm not saying you gotta go, but just so you know that. Also, when the meeting starts, please be, hate to go teacher on you here, okay? Please be quiet. The sound system is not the greatest, and remember, just a little sidebar can really disrupt people around you as well as here. And so asking that you remain quiet the entire time, just out of respect for those speaking or for our board, I greatly appreciate it. Again, it's just a great thing that we have an opportunity as a community to meet like this in this forum. Everybody will be allowed to speak, and I will give directions there in a few minutes. The key is, don't touch the mic. Just leave it where it is. You don't need to put it up by your mouth. Just leave it right there. That'll be easier said than done if you decide to come up and speak. Okay? All right. Call this common council meeting to order. If you would all rise, we'll start with the invocation by Diane Quantz. Thank you, Diane.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here together with us. In order not to offend anyone, I'm not going to do a traditional prayer, but perhaps share a few thoughts as we get ready to start this meeting tonight. As I was looking up today about what a democracy means and what free speech means to our country, I came upon this quote, and it's from Dave Rubin, who has a TV show and podcast. To me, there is nothing more important in a democracy than free speech and debate. We should debate everything. We should talk about everything. We should engage ideas we aren't comfortable with, and we should let the best ideas win. That's how a healthy society based on rational ideas and a secular government should work. And thinking about getting ready to say the Pledge of Allegiance in a few minutes, and thinking about what it means to live in a democracy and to have the privilege of free speech. In my experience as a high school counselor, as a pastor, as a mediator for the courts, I've always found that free speech works best when there's also free listening. When we can listen to one another with respect and with appreciation, when we can disagree and still leave here knowing that we're gathered because we want the best for our community. So I appreciate everyone that has come here tonight. And I know that you're going to hear things that you might disagree with. And if your mind starts going off on how you're going to retaliate, you might miss something very important that is being said by the speaker. So I just encourage everyone today to be respectful of each other, to be encouraging of one another, and to be supportive. Because it takes some courage to stand up here and speak in front of this kind of group. It takes some courage to state your ideas. But if we don't have that kind of courage, then our ideas and our democracy will be dictated to us. So thank you all for being here tonight. And it's my prayer and my faith that we can all be respectful and treat one another with the respect and dignity that each of us here deserve.
Amen. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. For the record, Lynn, legal is present as well as every board member.
Upon review of the minutes from the previous meeting, I make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve the minutes as well as a second. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Again, I want to welcome everybody this evening. Appreciate everybody's patience. Diane, I needed to hear that, and I appreciate that. For everyone, not only here visiting with us, but also for the elected officials that are sitting on this board that I have a great deal of respect for, not only day to day, what you do for our city and our community, but how you have for months, countless months, worked on one of the items on our agenda this evening. So I greatly appreciate that. Reports oral and written, the April fund report. Lynn?
I don't really have anything to say about the April fund reports, but your next fund report for May will show that fund number 2401, the ARPA money, will have a zero balance because at the last board meeting on Friday, the board approved a couple payments for the HVAC system at City Hall, and then took all the money, so all the rest of it. But we did some good things with all that money, and it's all done now.
So I got very excited that we spent our money in time, so yay.
Yes, well before the deadline.
Any questions? No action needed. For the record, it's been reported. There is no unfinished business. That takes us to new business. The first item is Resolution 2026-0501. This is a resolution of the City Council approving bonds. Lynn, for the record, I would ask that the minutes reflect that the public hearing tonight is being conducted pursuant to a notice duly published in the Warsaw Times Union on May 6, 2026. As we entertain this resolution, I want the board and everyone present to understand that the leadership from the Warsaw Community Public Library will make a presentation to this board. After that presentation, as presiding officer, I will allow only members from the Common Council, our elected officials, to ask questions about that presentation at that time. After all questions have been addressed, we then will enter into the public hearing. And here is what I'm asking. Thank you, Diane, for your help. We're asking that you please respect time by not repeating comments previously articulated. Please focus your comments on new information and new ideas connected to this issue. Please also focus your comments specifically to this resolution. Any questions raised during the public hearing may be addressed by the Warsaw Community Public Library leadership at the conclusion of the public hearing. Questions will not be addressed during the public hearing. Open public comments in favor of the resolution will begin first. And we ask at that time that people that are leaning in favor of this resolution, 2026-0501, that you come up to the lectern, do everything you can not to touch that mic again. It's exactly where it needs to be, and share your comments to the board. There will be no time limit. We want you to speak, okay, and share, but we know that you will be respectful and understand that others are wanting to speak also. Our Director of Public Works, Dustin Dillon, is standing at the table where you will sign in. You will sign in first, sort of like baseball. You'll then go on deck, and then once on deck and the person speaking in front of you is done, you then may come and speak to the board. We think that that will be orderly, also will prevent 10, 20 people standing back there. You just sort of keep an eye on it and he will help you sign in and get ready to come up and speak. After those speaking in favor, I will entertain comments against or those wanting to share questions or reservations about this resolution. After that, I will then close the public hearing. It is so important everybody understands the public hearing will be closed, and when it is closed, I will allow the library leadership to respond to all comments in favor and against, as well as address any questions that are raised at that time. When the Warsaw Community Library is done, we then will open the floor to the council. And at that time, the council can again ask more questions based on their responses, based on questions or comments from the public, but it will only come from the council. There will be no further comments or questions from the audience. Our democracy, a representative republic, it will be in our elected officials' hands, specifically the legislative body. I will serve as presiding officer. I am hoping at this time, during the discussion, that council members will share their thoughts, their feelings, their ideas, their opinions. I will entertain any motions during this time period from the members of the Warsaw Common Council. If it receives a second and it is in order, we will take action on that motion. All votes will be a show of hands, unless I am directed as presiding officer to do something else, and there is no point of order or concerns from legal. After the final vote, I will ask, hopefully it'll be you, Jack, as council president, I will ask for, from the floor, a 5-minute recess, but I will need that motion, I'll need a second, and we will need to vote. And the reason why I want to do that is because we do have other items on the agenda tonight. Also, we have a rather large crowd. I would like all of you, if you want to sit around for our conflict of interest statements, you may do so, but if not, it would give you time to exit orderly. Also, maybe a break for council members, if it happens to go long. Restrooms, by the way, are behind this wall, men's and women's. Should be okay handling a crowd this size, okay? But they're right through the door and to the left. During this break, I am asking council members, I am asking the media, I am asking members of the public. Again, I greatly appreciate that you are here. This system works. We're seeing it right here. 35-year government teacher. It works. It's real, and I appreciate it. During that recess, I'm respectfully asking everyone not to talk about our discussions during the meeting, because the meeting is not over. We still have these other agenda items. If you are here, if you would like to talk after the meeting, the council is always open to that, but we only do that after the meeting is over. And so asking you to respect that, as hard as it may be for council and audience, we still have a meeting. It's a short recess, and then we will go back into our meeting and finish up tonight's agenda, those two other items. So greatly appreciating you respecting that request. Thank you. At this time, I will allow the Warsaw Community Public Library to present their case for Resolution 2026-0501. Thank you.
Don't touch it, right? All right, good evening, and thank you to council and the mayor for having us, and thanks for everybody in this room. This is cool. I'm Ben Rice, treasurer and trustee of the Warsaw Community Public Library, as well as a member of the renovation committee. The board of trustees has been pursuing a renovation project in earnest for about 3 years now, but have been in regular discussions about renovation since at least the last 8 years, going back to our prior director's tenure. In 2024, we worked with MKM Architecture to prepare a feasibility report, which we presented to the community and Common Council in February of 2025. The renovation committee and board have been working with our architecture partners at Luminat, our bond counsel at Ice Miller, and our municipal advisors at Baker Tilly to continue to bring the project to life. We held public hearings last October and November with no opposition at our meetings and no petition remonstrance. Again, we thank you for the opportunity for us to present to you this evening and appreciate your thoughtful consideration of our request. Now I'll hand it over to bond counsel, Sarah Smith-Morgan.
Thank you. All right, good evening. I'm Sarah Carell with Ice Miller. We serve as bond counsel to the library. My role tonight is to give a little bit of procedural background as well as some background on why exactly we are here in front of you this evening. So procedurally, as you know, we began this process about 8 years ago as the library planning as a whole, but the legal and procedural steps began in earnest in July of 2025. We held 2 public hearings in October and November as this project was subject to petition remonstrance. That 30-day objecting period ran at the end of 2025 and no objections were received. The law changed in 2019 to require any libraries who wish to issue debt to receive fiscal body approval, and that's why we're here tonight. So the city council is the appropriate council for the Warsaw Library. So I'm going to clarify that this debt is not debt of the county, nor does it count against the county or the city's debt limit. From here, we would, should we receive approval tonight, we would still have additional public meetings as the library before the issuance of these bonds. I'll now turn it over to Heather to talk about the actual project.
Okay, thank you. Public libraries and many nonprofits are admittedly not great at promoting the meaningful and impactful work that we do, mostly because we're busy doing the work. Hopefully, many of you read the article in Inkfree News by our own Andrea Granger. She's our communications coordinator and a resident of this community, who eloquently describes why the library is an investment for everyone. An investment equal to roughly the cost of a coffee or a latte once a month. We'll get back to this slide later. To begin, I would like to address misinformation being circulated about our project. The library has followed, as Sarah stated, every legal step over the past few years to ensure that this project is fiscally responsible. That includes reducing the original cost estimate down from $22 million. We have also been transparent. This includes advertising for and holding not 1, but 2 public hearings last year where we received no attendance in opposition. There was also a period of time open for a petition remonstrance, and again, no opposition was filed. After our most recent library board meeting, unfortunately, misinformation was shared online about our meeting process and the bond due to a lack of inquiry and misunderstanding. As we work through the standard bond procedure, we've also encountered multiple delays due to concerns around SEA 1. These concerns are understandable. At the same time, it was heartening to witness the county council discussion of the Syracuse Public Library, their bond a few months ago, where some council members stated the importance of passing the library's bond despite uncertainty around SEA 1 due to the impact and importance of the library in that community. As we work through the we gather here tonight and find ourselves debating the future of a public library in Warsaw, the county seat and the orthopedic capital of the world. The library has been a historic anchor of this community, helping to grow and serve the population in Warsaw for more than a century. In 1914, your city council predecessors saw the need and importance of establishing a public library and unanimously approved the transfer of the school library to the city. The next year, the city council members passed a resolution to help secure a Carnegie Library. In 1917, the public library opened at the corner of Detroit and Center Street. Next year will mark 110 years of serving this community, if we're able to complete critical repairs and upgrades needed to sustain it. Many people remark on how good the building looks. It's beautiful. And we can thank our library staff for being excellent stewards over the years, taking care and pride in the building. This bond is not about cosmetic upgrades. The bond, the investment, is in the systems behind walls, above ceilings, and for things that people generally never see. Yet these are the very things that allow the building and the staff to function safely. We are addressing critical infrastructure, accessibility, and safety issues. The library's last renovation was 30 years ago. Throughout those years, we continued to grow and evolve, making the most of taxpayer investment to positively impact our community. And the last bond was paid off early. The library is limited in how much revenue, property, and miscellaneous taxes it can receive. State legislation was passed this year that will reduce the amount by which public libraries in Indiana can grow their budgets. SEA 1 will cut library budgets, and public libraries in Indiana are already limited on how much they are allowed to save each year. Given these parameters and the scope of work needed at WCPL, the library would never be able to save enough money to complete the necessary upgrades. This is why libraries use bonds. There's a lot of misinformation, and it's so understandable. We get this. I have staff that can attest to this from every day about who we serve and why some people have to pay for non-resident library cards when they live within the county. Indiana libraries are mainly paid for by property taxes from the townships that adopt resolutions for service to their residents. This map shows Wayne Township in red. Those residents and business owners pay tax to the library, therefore they receive a library card. They are paying for that card. The surrounding townships in white have chosen not to pay a tax to any library in their area. Those residents in white then have to pay for a non-resident card. We would love to have more townships pass resolutions to join so their residents could benefit from all that we offer. Actually, we would be thrilled if they joined any of those libraries. They're all doing amazing things. A non-resident fee is determined by a calculation from the Indiana State Library, which is based on a public library's annual statistics from the previous year. And for the past few years, we've been sharing our annual statistics at local meetings, and many of you have multiple copies by now of our annual stats. I did not bring those today. Our visits, checkouts, programs, attendance, and the money we save our cardholders continues to rise. We've heard the phrase, want versus need in reference to our projects several times. For those who say they don't need the library, and they can afford home computer equipment, reliable internet service, faxing, copying, scanning, entertainment subscriptions, cultural events, books, movies, ebooks, audiobooks, and the laundry list of other resources the library offers, that's wonderful. Many of your neighbors, however, don't have the means to do all or even some of that. And you don't need a library card to access help at the library. At this point, I'd like to ask Erica Bennington, a member of our adult services team, to speak about the daily work of our staff.
At WCPL, we are often asked to help people navigate social service processes. We frequently assist our patrons who need to print documents for government assistance and housing programs. Recently, we had a patron in, she has no home computer, she doesn't have internet, she doesn't even own a smartphone. She had to get documents from her insurance so she could apply for HUD. The insurance would not send it to her through the mail. So she came to us and we made sure that she was able to get all of those documents. That same day, we had another woman come in needing SSA forms for Section 8 housing, but she couldn't get the letter in the mail either. And so we helped her set up an account, download the forms, and fax them to SSA. We often are the only place in Warsaw, and sometimes even the county, where people can access legal and government forms that they need for court matters, housing, property deeds, end-of-life care, wills, and other official needs. We maintain a working knowledge of these resources so we can help patrons find the correct forms. And we continually seek ways to help patrons with other access support services. We provide information about free legal assistance, the local food banks, Kosciuszko Cares, immigration forms, and passport applications. Because many social service processes require online access, printing, scanning, or faxing, the library has become an essential access point for federal, state, and county services. Without the library, many community members, including those most vulnerable in our community, would have significant difficulty accessing the services and resources that they need.
Communities where faith is a large part of the culture, like Warsaw, have long valued caring for neighbors and supporting opportunities for all people. The library helps accomplish this mission with an investment from everyone, for everyone. The library saved cardholders more than $10 million in 2025 on items that were borrowed. That's an average of $623 per cardholder last year. Computer use, as you can see, is over 5,000 last year. People coming in to use it for education, employment, access to information. Our Wi-Fi use went up by 11% and is available 24/7. Program attendance was up by 9% last year. This includes story time, where we help facilitate literacy, motor, and social skills, serve as a peer group and support space for parents. We provide opportunities for all ages to explore the arts, creativity, history, and education through a variety of programs. We're also a third space. That's a space that's not work, it's not home, but a familiar, neutral space where people can connect for free, which also helps combat the mental health and loneliness epidemics being experienced around the world. We're expanding local partnerships to supplement preventative health care, such as providing mobile mammograms, being a blood donation site, a blood pressure testing site, offering chair yoga, memory kits for dementia, and more. Many people come and use our study rooms. We've repurposed staffed areas to increase that so that more entrepreneurship, tutoring, behavioral coaching, and court-appointed supervised visits are able to happen. Meeting room use has increased by 31% and includes many of the organizations last year that you see in this slide. That includes everything from, you can see a lot of government organizations in the middle, from the Propel US 30 informational meetings up to Indiana State Representative meetings. The last time the library sought additional funding was in 1996 for an expansion, when Mayor Ernie Wiggins was in office. Taxpayers haven't experienced library debt since 2015, when we paid the bond off early. As Ben mentioned, in 2024, we conducted a feasibility study which highlighted the urgent need to address aging infrastructure, accessibility challenges, and safety concerns. We've been working with Erin Jennings, principal architect on the project, and her team to determine the cost of addressing those needs. While an original opinion of cost came in at $22 million, we've worked hard to reduce expenditures to cover the most pressing needs, again, infrastructure, accessibility, and safety. So infrastructure makes up 60% of our bond. This shows the small, and I cannot emphasize the word small enough, sampling of items that need to be replaced. As you can see, these are large-scale, commercial-grade items that have now, thanks to good stewardship, outlived their median service life by 5 to 10 years. Repairs are costly, and at some point, the equipment simply stops working. Just a few lovely photos here for you. What you see on the right is corrosion and leaking on a heat exchanger. On the left is our aging chiller, which has cost us numerous repairs over the years, and we're hoping it makes it through this summer. Electrical, the first photo there is a lighting control, which is now obsolete. The second photo is just to show a snapshot of the vast amount of lighting throughout the building. The third one is our building management system, which is also obsolete after 30 years. It can't process signals fast enough, which means it freezes, which means Jim must make adjustments manually. I was gonna say we, but it's you, Jim. For plumbing, there are more pictures here of leaks and corrosion on water pumps, pinhole leaks in our dry sprinkler system, which we did fail a 3-year pressure test inspection. Seals are dry rotting due to thin wall pipe, which is no longer accepted by code. Last year, we had to replace an aging boiler system. You can see the cost of that was $230,000. You can also see what those pipes, the condition that they're in. The photo photos that you see here are from an expansion joint that cracked due to age, causing a leak that went undetected by the out-of-date building management system, which you just saw. Staff were finally alerted to the leak when the security camera caught the soaked ceiling tile falling from the ceiling. Despite a quick response from staff in the early hours before dawn, much of the lower east wing of the building was flooded before the water could be shut off. Our cataloging department and staff were relocated for 5 months as repairs were made. During part of that time, the only wheelchair accessible entry to the building was closed. We were told that due to the age of the equipment throughout the building, this would likely happen again. The picture on the left, unfortunately, those chunks of concrete have actually fallen off now. You can see crumbling concrete around the building. Again, it's 30 years old. When you walk into the library, if you happen to look up at the circulation desk, you would see disintegrating acoustic ceiling above your head. And outside, there's tuck pointing and cleaning that needs to be done on the exterior, especially on the face of the Carnegie. Once we have a functioning building, we need to ensure that everyone is able to enter and exit the building with ease and dignity. Roughly 20% of the bond will go toward improving accessibility, which is also tied to safety. Currently, when visitors enter the building, they arrive between our 2 floors. They are forced to navigate a set of stairs to the right or a small limited-use elevator to the left. Then, after walking through a hallway, they finally see their first staff member. At that point, they again choose between a set of stairs or another elevator to take them to the 2nd floor where the materials are located. Our small elevator broke down last week. People claimed the timing was suspicious. The timing was unfortunate. We had multiple events that day. If a visitor could not have used the stairs, they would have had to navigate to the ramp on the east side of the building, which includes a sidewalk that runs right alongside State Road 15 and a ramp that is 7 inches too narrow for current code. Mason Metzger was kind enough to demonstrate what it was like for him to navigate finding and using the ramp with a full-size wheelchair. Some of you here tonight have experienced the limitations of our elevators and our entries. And thank you again to the council members who took the time to tour the library and to navigate a wheelchair and in the small elevator and on the east ramp, experiencing the challenges firsthand. Until you experience a mobility challenge, it can be hard to understand. For several of our community members, the difficulty in entering the library is enough to prevent them from using the building. I'd like to invite Robin to share a portion of the letter our circulation staff wrote about challenges they see each day.
Council members, a valued member of our community arrived, excited to use the library only to find the elevator out of service. On a bitterly cold day, the only alternative was a ramp, which our community member did not feel safe using in the icy conditions. Faced with those barriers, they had no choice but to turn around and leave. What should have been a simple visit became a moment of inclusion for that person. We had another library user who arrived with a child in a wheelchair. With the main elevator out of service, she left her child on a bench at the bottom of the stairs, carried the wheelchair up, then returned down to pick up her child and carry her back up the stairs. The child was very upset and was calling for her mother. During another person's first visit, she became frustrated because she struggled to fit her wheelchair into the Lula elevator. She finally made it in, and she does continue to use the library, but each visit still requires determination and dexterity just to enter the building. These experiences are not merely unfortunate, they reveal a critical gap between our mission and our current facilities. Our library is meant to serve everyone equally, yet accessibility challenges prevent some patrons from fully experiencing it. Updating our building to ensure reliable, safe, and accessible entry for all is not merely an improvement, It is essential. By investing in these upgrades, we affirm our commitment to inclusivity, dignity, and equal access for every member of our community.
We're proud to be located in downtown Warsaw in a Carnegie Library. Carnegie Libraries, however, have inherent accessibility issues. Our goal is for each person to be able to enter the building with ease, dignity, and to do so safely. To talk more about safety, I'd like to turn it over to Erin Jennings from Luminar, who specializes in public libraries and who understands the challenges that historic Carnegie libraries present.
Thank you all, council members, for being here, everyone in the room. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm honored to be alongside each and every one of you. As Heather has mentioned, in the focus on the priority items and the needs of the library have gotten us to where we are today. I just want to draw your attention to the exterior specifically and talk a little bit about this particular image that you see on the screen. It's our understanding that this may be circulating publicly, and we just want to bring some clarity and awareness to why some of the decisions were made that you see in this image. So first and foremost, we're definitely not approaching this project from a monumental standpoint. So there's been a lot of assessment in the 3 priority areas, as Heather has mentioned. Additionally, when you realize that you walk into that interstitial level of the main entrance of the library, that you have a choice to go either up or down. The important thing to recognize here is that the upper level of the library is about 8 feet above your finished grade, which is the elevation of the sidewalk outside of the building. So if we look at studying bringing a main entrance into the library that allows everyone to access the library all on the same level, that's the elevation difference that we're dealing with from a grade standpoint. So when you see the outside of the building and you start to see, I don't know if this laser works, but if you start to see the staircase that's on the outside of the building with the egress ramp that's off to the right side of the image, it's really to ensure that we're dealing with the earthwork rework that's required as a part of addressing the surface grade from the parking lot and the sidewalk to where that finished level is up above. There were a lot of previous studies that were completed on whether or not it was feasible to come in at the upper level of the library or the lower level of the library. Other options that informed this design direction was sightlines from staff access points within the library, how the program elements wanted to really work and be identified as you're working in and around all of the library space. Some of the earlier conversation that you heard tonight about some of the legislative changes that we are all kind of facing with some of the decisions with the funding mechanisms is also affecting our institutions, libraries included, on the operational side. So many of the program elements that we are trying to be responsible planning around realize that the library may have to make some difficult decisions with staffing as we move into these next couple of years. Additionally, with this particular image and realizing that a lot of the what would be categorized as cosmetic or just kind of additional design elements have been really peeled away to ensure that we're really approaching this from the necessary earthwork, rework, and the accessible single entrance, point of entry into the building. Additionally, we did a deep dive analysis into the 3 focus areas that were provided to the library that were centered around the infrastructure, accessibility, and safety. It was important for us to be able to identify the code implications. So many questions may arise is, with the building renovation that was conducted 30 years ago, why weren't some of these accessibility issues addressed at that time? And it's simply because the International Building Code evolves over time. So our International Building Code, the code requirements are just different in today's time than what it was when the library was designed last. And so those code implications have been identified here. It's important to also recognize that the exit out of the building from the north and the east and west sides currently are not in compliance for a number of reasons. Happy to answer any of those questions if they arise. Additionally, with all of the cost assessments that Luminant had conducted previously in working with the library, and as Heather mentioned, we went through several iterations that proposed initial costs and then cost reductions. We, in fact, engaged Hagerman Construction to perform a third-party analysis to validate that the cost estimates that were being performed on the architecture side were in fact validated and feasible. What we learned from the work that Hagerman Construction provided is that the target hard cost construction cost was pretty much in line with what Luminant had assessed, and the soft costs were as well. So I'm gonna take just a moment to explain to you what this means. So hard construction cost is the labor and the material for everything that would be tied to the built environment. So when you're looking at moving earthwork, when you're looking at repaving a parking lot, when you're looking at actually getting up into the ceilings to repair the fire protection system, all of those costs are looped into what we call a hard construction cost. Additionally, we have a soft cost bucket, and the soft cost bucket is all of the additional money that it takes to perform those hard costs. So there are costs tied to the construction team, there's costs tied to the design and engineering team. We are the licensed professionals that at the end of the day are legally responsible for all of the life safety of all of you. And so that cost is in the soft cost. Bonding and insurance is in the soft cost. We also include contingencies to be very mindful and responsible with the dollars in the budget to alleviate change orders. All of that is captured in a soft cost bucket. So the breakdown that you see on the screen is the hard cost estimate at this point in time where we're at 100% schematic design. We have 2 more design phases to go after this. And we organize this information by division. The division is set by the Construction Specification Institute. This isn't information that is just arbitrary, and the deep dive analysis is aligned to those division numbers. So those are the breakdowns that you see accordingly, and then you can start to pull out the percentages as we have it weighted with the 3 priority buckets that Heather mentioned previously. So the soft costs are estimated to be right around that 5.2 million. I talked a little bit about this. We will go ahead and identify it here in more detail. Again, everything needed to conduct the project outside of the direct work for the subcontractors, labor and material of the construction work. Okay, and with that, Lisa? All right, we'll have our bond advisors come up.
Good evening, I'm Lisa Huntington with Baker Tilly. We are municipal advisors for the library. So to cover the hard and soft costs that were just described, we propose borrowing $17,090,000. To cover those costs, then would leave us about $16,719,000 to address the project. The difference being estimated issuance costs, what it costs us to get the bonds to market, underwriter fees, costs of those. So we assume a repayment term of 19 years. The maximum repayment term is 20 years. And we took the 19-year assumption to keep the payment as low as we possibly could. This has the lowest impact then on the taxpayer at about 6.8 cents. The estimated maximum debt service payment is $1,760,000, again based on a 19-year repayment. For that repayment term, we estimate an interest cost of $11,811,000. Please note that this is a very conservative estimate. We are assuming 5.5% coupons. We would rather give you conservative estimates than give you an estimate we could not meet because the market changes every day. Then on the following page, this is the estimated impact to the taxpayers and the community. I'll just draw your attention to that bolded box in the middle. The market value of a home at $175,300. is the median home value in the city of Warsaw. That taxpayer would be impacted by about $50 a year or $4.16 a month, less than that cup of coffee that we saw earlier in the presentation. This assumes that these taxpayers are not at the cap. If you're at the cap, your impact would be lower. These numbers here are based upon the 2026 net assessed value of the library, with no change assumed in 2027 and beyond. And with that, again, some comparisons. At the 175,000 home value, we were looking at about $4.16 a month. For a $250,000 home, the monthly impact would be about $6.46. And then for that $300,000 home value, we would look at about $8 a month impact on the taxpayers.
Thank you, Lisa. To finish this up, I just want to thank you guys for your attention. It's a lot of information, and I've seen a couple of the items, maybe last time, so appreciate your time and attention to the presentation. For a point of clarity, if the bond is not approved, the library must wait 2 years to come before the council again. The library does not have the reserve funds to pay for all the large-scale commercial upgrades and repairs. Warsaw could become the first community to house a closed public library, and Carnegie located in the heart of downtown. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you. I do want to thank the library leadership team and board for this presentation. I also want to thank the Common Council last summer and fall. Countless meetings, I just want the public to know, countless formal briefings and meetings with the library leadership that took us into earlier this year where we had more presentations and information provided. I want to publicly thank the members of the Warsaw Common Council for their countless hours in not only these, but also individually meeting with leadership at the Warsaw Library. I also want to thank Heather for putting up with me for the past year and a half, 2 years, as I've tried to help you see the process, navigate through it. You've done very well, and I appreciate that. The presentation, again, I know this board has seen before, but I do, for the public record, want to give you an opportunity to ask the library board or Heather, the leadership team, any questions connected to the presentation. And I would ask questions to not only help you understand the request, but also to help the public understand. Any questions at this time from any board member to the Warsaw Library leadership?
I would ask a question, Mayor, which was one of the very first questions that I asked when we started to meet. And the question was, why is there no rainy day fund available to address some of these issues through the years?
Thank you.
There is a rainy day fund, and again, libraries are limited on how much they can save each year, so we can save up to 10% of our operating fund. We're also limited on how much of that we can have cumulatively. Libraries are capped at 150% of their operating income in the amount that they can have in reserves. So again, that would be about $6 million for us currently, not enough money to address all the critical infrastructure alone.
Any other questions?
One question I have, in going through all this stuff again, I understand that people will be answering from on the second floor. Okay, if they need to go to a meeting room on the lower level, is that still gonna be per elevator? That they will have to do that?
The the current schematic design, which is no final
Sure.
design, but a current schematic design to get us to an opinion of cost, has, any visitor entering onto the second level, where most of the materials are located. The current design has meeting rooms up on the upper level, and the youth area would be in the lower level so that it can expand and it could have a little bit more noise. So there would be an elevator that would be needed to go downstairs.
You said that, you could have up to $6 million in rainy day fund. How much do you have?
Currently, we have about $500,000 to $600,000.
Okay. Any reason why it's not more than that, or?
Again, we have been saving what we can. Last year, as you saw from a previous slide, we had to pay $230,000 from our rainy day fund to cover the boiler that had to be replaced. So we are experiencing costs all the time.
Okay, so even though you, and even if you did have the $6 million in, even if you did have that, it wouldn't be enough to cover all these costs. But, I guess the bigger point is that, you only have 600,000. 6 million is that figure that you could potentially have.
And being able to save 10% of our operating budget per year would take us a very, very long time.
Don't during, because of the other things that are going on.
And the current rainy day fund that we have, from what I've been told about current estimates, would just maybe cover a building management system upgrade, and that's it. Again, we need to replace our joy sprinklers. You saw the list.
You said it was this is gonna bring it out for 8 years. Obviously, a lot of your infrastructure was coming up kind of at that time 8 years ago, right? Why was there no fundraising effort made? I did double check, and the state of Indiana does allow private funding to be accepted by public libraries. So, and you may not be able to answer that before your time, but why specifically has there been no effort for public fundraising?
I can let a board member speak to that directly if they'd like to. I will also share that bonds are the way that Indiana public libraries typically do large-scale upgrades. You see this in schools and in libraries. And I don't know if anyone would like to address previously, before 2 years ago, but yeah. There's also a concern, if we were to start accepting private donations, one of the major concerns would be, would that come with any sort of stipulation? One of the best things about having people invest in people is that we keep things democratic, open, free for all. We don't want any stipulations on any funds that we receive.
It's my understanding your dry fire suppression system failed 10 years ago, failed to test. Are you aware of that?
10 years ago?
Yes.
I'm not aware of that, but I know that we just failed a recent one.
Apparently it failed the first time 10 years ago, and I guess I don't understand why an effort wasn't made to repair that when you had an estimate back then for $300,000.
And I'm sorry I can't speak to that at this time.
That's a concern I have, because you have a $4 million a year budget, and you know how much money has been set aside in the last 10 years for repairs and their replacements.
Oh, I do have a list somewhere of, the most recent list of repairs to the major items like the chillers, the elevators, maybe the roof was on there as well. It's quite a large list, quite a large amount of money, and again, at some point, it's more cost effective to replace the equipment than to continue putting money into it.
What major components have been replaced in the last 10 years, besides the boiler last year?
I can speak to the boiler. I would need some help on the last 10 years.
Any board members want to help?
We did do some work on the elevator, that broke down for a while. Also, please keep in mind that while a lot of these things were happening, we were also experiencing COVID-19 shutdowns. So that obviously put a sort of stop on any sort of big repair projects, because we just didn't know what the future held. So we have had these things in mind, but we just haven't had the ability to kind of know where we were headed in the future, to feel confident enough that we could put these big replacements in place. We've been sort of limping along for a very long time, and now we want to make sure that we're able to stand strong for the next 30 years.
So I guess along those lines, you're in the situation you are in now, and we can't change that. So what are your plans for the future so that equipment is replaced regularly and things are kept up to date and you don't end up in this situation and be back here in 30 years?
And that's where we would be working with our architecture team and our construction team to ensure that we know the lifespan of the equipment and what we need to be on a schedule for replacing, and keeping that in mind as far as savings.
And is that something that you realistically feel that you can do? I mean, nobody likes to think about staff reduction or program reduction, but I heard that mentioned that that might have to happen in order to get through, some coming up here. Realistically, can you save the amount of money that's needed to protect this investment?
I believe we can with the right strategic planning and saving. There probably would need to be eventually a bond, maybe in another 30 years. That's typically how, again, schools and libraries operate. But it may not, it likely would not be for such a large amount. Hopefully it would be for a smaller amount of equipment. We just are at the point that we are right now because of things like Jen mentioned with COVID, a lot of uncertainties. And we have to do our best to plan for the future going forward. But yes, I think we can sustain it.
What percentage of your total $4 million budget goes to wages and benefits?
Okay, I wanted to double check, 60%, which most libraries are somewhere between 60 and 65. So we're actually a little bit lower on that.
So you got 40% less for all operating expenses.
And we do tend to save money from our operating budget at the end of the year as well. So we are able to contribute to our rainy day fund.
115, excuse me, 115,000 visitors, give or take, throughout the year. Well, that's wonderful. Is there a way to track, what, is that people coming back 2 and 3 times in a day? Is it the same family coming every day? Is there a metric a little bit deeper than just that big number, or?
We use a people counter, which is pretty typical of libraries, so it's tracking,
Just in and out?
yeah,
Yeah.
in and out every day.
Okay.
Mhm.
114 sites in here.
Almost 115.
When you were talking about, this is a conservative estimate, is that low or high? Are we estimating high? Is that the conservative way of
Referring to
doing
the
it?
interest cost that I.
Yeah, when you were,
Yes, it's conservatively high.
so that you can attain it,
Um,
but it could be lower.
It could be lower, yes. In all likelihood, it would be lower, but, given margin conditions, we would rather tell you numbers that are higher to avoid any, surprises when the bonds are sold.
I appreciate that, I didn't want to get the wrong idea that,
Currently, bonds are selling, I would say between about 4 and 4.5%. So if we sold our bonds at, let's say at around 4.5%, that would save the library approximately $2 million.
And as you're looking at this process, at what point does the extra tax assessment hit the taxpayer?
Sure, so if we were to issue the bonds in 2026, payments would begin in 2027, and that's when taxpayers would be assessed.
project to finish the project, et cetera?
I believe the next step is design and development, which would take about 6 to 9 months, from what I recall, 6 to 9 months. And then we would go into contracts, construction documents, and then we were potentially thinking that late next winter, early next year. Go ahead, Heather. You'll speak more eloquently to this.
So Heather is correct, there are 2 phases after the schematic design phase that has already been completed, design development and construction documents. We could probably wrap up both of those phases within 6 to 9 months. If the library was released and approved on the project, we probably could start with the project late spring next year, construction, late spring next year.
And then how long would that process take?
So we're anticipating not closing the library, and a potential phased renovation is what has been tabled, again, early in the design process, but knowing that we want to maintain and protect the service of the resources. So we're probably looking at a 16 to 18 month timeline, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe at one of the meetings I attended, you also mentioned involving the public in the project and some educational opportunities for students in the area to be involved in, even as young as preschoolers to come and see what's going on in the library. Do I remember that correctly?
You do, so we do involve it's our intention to involve anyone who would like to be involved in the design process, to be involved in the design process. And then just as much as being involved in the design process through all of the engagement and outreach that we conduct there, our counterparts on the construction side also facilitate a learning program for patrons and early learners to be a part of the construction process and to learn about STEM and STEAM and STREAM through our building technology as the construction is going on.
And so, is it a fair statement to say tonight people shouldn't be getting bent out of shape about exactly what the design process is going to look like, because there will still be public hearings when they will be invited to have input into that design coming up? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. And just, we take these projects very seriously. And for everybody in the room, specifically, I've been working in public libraries for over 20 years. I've worked with a lot of communities around the Midwest, but specifically here in the state of Indiana, where we have over 160 Carnegie libraries. I'm pretty passionate about saving our Carnegie libraries. But in addition to that, I'm very passionate about making sure that this is your library and this stays your library. So having you involved in the design process through the engagement and outreach, all of the different types of events and opportunities that we have along the way, but also we are responsible for also providing the library board the updates through the design process as well. Those are all public meetings that we encourage everyone to come and attend, and we'll solicit the feedback and the input from you during the process.
Thank you.
I see on the newspaper that you have, talks about library taxpayer household in our community is valued at about $175,300 now. That estimated cost of $4.16 per month that's being held per person. And that's what's total up to about $50 for the year. I don't know who has to pay that much. I pay 3 times that much. And my son lives 3 miles south of Warsaw, and he does also. And I don't know how many other people in this city of Warsaw has to pay more, because you say that's on around $175,000 home. That's valued at that.
So go back. This page right here from Baker and Tilley would show the annual taxpayer impact. The $175,000 is highlighted because that is the median market value of the home in our tax-paying district. That's why we also provided the other home values, so that we could speak to those who may have a different home value, including a $100,000 home would be $1.85 per month. up to a $300,000 home, hopefully to give a better idea of what the tax impact would be based on your home value.
But this chart is not talking about your property tax overall, but what would be in addition to your property tax.
Correct.
In order to fund the library, so I think Claire, you're right, we pay much more in property tax. And then it would be on top of that to do this.
I just wanted to understand too, you said that if it doesn't pass 9, you have to wait 2 years,
Correct.
and that's by statute.
Indiana code.
So we know you've got a plan if you get the money, that's pretty obvious here. Walk me through what happens if, maybe you don't tonight, what would the next 6 months, next year, 2 years look like for you?
We would be taking care of everything that we can, as we can. Again, like I said, we have to fix our sprinkler system, failed fire suppression test. That was roughly a cost at the last estimate, I'm not sure right now, but it was around $250,000. We also, as I said, our building management system is basically a manual system at this point. That is $500,000. Again, we don't have enough to cover both of those items. I'm sorry, and the chiller. The chiller, I believe, would be another $500,000. 900? Okay, so even more than that. We would do what we can, but again, we are limited in our funds, and that's why it's critical tonight that we're able to hopefully get the bond and go forward with the repairs that we need to keep the Carnegie.
So I was there on Saturday, the elevator was making horrible noise,
It does.
and I assume that's the one that failed.
They both make noise. The smaller one out front is the one that failed last week, and it was down, I believe, a day and a half. They were able to come out for repairs sooner than what they had thought.
And I noticed that it was due for inspection tomorrow.
Oh,
So I.
we got it repaired just in time.
But I mean, so why was I using the elevator? Because I've had 2 knee replacements, and those stairs are difficult, and so in order to get down, sometimes I use the elevator, and so if that elevator wasn't working, I probably couldn't get into the library right now.
I have heard from people who just don't use the library because it's too hard to come in. I know some of our staff are amazing about still continuing the book delivery service out to the parking lot. We have homebound delivery, which we do, so we are trying to help out as best we can. What we would love to see is that no one had to think twice about that. If you had knee replacement surgery, you would know that you could come into the library as easily as possible.
Just for the public's information, do you know what your daily operating cost is?
Our daily operating
For
costs,
the days that you're open, your budget divided by the total days that you're open.
I would have to do some quick math.
It's $13,600 a day.
Okay.
Just for our information, a chiller, what's that chiller do? Cools the air conditioning? Okay. The chillers I worked with had to do with equipment, keeping our machines, keeping them cool enough to work. And, I know you don't have any machines there, but you do have HVAC, and that's what the chillers take care of. So without that, you have to.
Any other questions?
I think Erin just wanted to address something.
Just one clarifying, to answer on the fundraising question, because I just want to bring a little bit of clarity to this. So public libraries in the state of Indiana are public institutions that are tax exempt. And so technically, public libraries by law are unable to fundraise. Most public libraries who do fundraise will fundraise through their friends of the library or their foundation, both of which or if the library has one of them, is volunteer-based. So depending on the robustness of the volunteers, the program, and the availability of the volunteers, that really determines the fundraising efforts that the Friends or the Foundation can receive, and then in turn be able to donate to the library. So I just wanted to clarify fundraising for libraries.
I think they did several years ago sell bricks, or maybe that was through the Friends of the Library.
Probably through the Friends of the Library. And I'm sorry, I thought you were speaking to donations, yeah.
Any other questions at this point in time? I do want to thank, again, the library for responding to the questions. I want to thank the council for offering the questions. I also want to thank the public for remaining quiet while this is happening. I want to thank the chief of police for the use of the training center. You heard the air conditioner go on, and then we couldn't hear anybody. Right. So, I'm going to ask everybody that is standing next to those garage doors to take 3 steps, if you can do it this direction, okay, away from the doors. And you're going to have those doors opened about 3 or 4 feet below one here. Everybody's patience, if they come on, it's hard to hear, it wasn't designed for this, but again, they've been so gracious to let us. Chief, I think I asked you for what, a month, and I've been here all year. Well, this will help.
Could we ask people to speak up a little bit?
That's the goal, I just moved that, we're doing the best, that's a great question, we're doing the best we can with this equipment, and, thank you. This was supposed to be temporary, so that was sort of the, okay, you're being patient, I appreciate it. That should help greatly. I want to thank the council again for your questions. We are now going to go into the next segment, which is the public hearing. Please be patient with me. I'm asking those that speak, you speak at the lectern. Please respect time. There's no time limit, but be respectful. By not repeating comments, by not continuing to go on which has already been heard. Focus on new information. Focus on additional, if you can do it. I know it's easier said than done, but that's what I'm asking you to try to do. Focus your comments specifically on this resolution. On this resolution. Remember, you may ask questions. Those in favor, those against, those with just concerns or reservations. But those questions will not be addressed during the public hearing. The city council, the library leadership team, I'm sure will listen. That's why we're having this. But as you raise questions and you respectfully ask or make your comments, they will not be addressed during the public hearing time. We will begin with public comments, people that are in favor. People that are in favor of Resolution 2026-0501. So please, if you want to speak and you're leaning in favor, this would be your opportunity. We then will ask those to speak, once all those that are in favor, to speak against or just basic concerns and questions. And you as well, when you ask questions. They will not be addressed. But feel free to ask them, and it will be noted. We then, and this is something so important, all the way back, Ernie Wiggins, okay? We will close the public portion of debate. So this is your opportunity. Our representatives then will take over the debate, the discussion, and then the decision. Our Pledge of Allegiance, and what Diane graciously, kindly, thank you, reminded us. At this time, I will allow for those who would like to speak in favor to come up one at a time. There is a table in back. A lot of you are already standing. I would ask that you sign in baseball again. You move the on-deck circle, and then you come up. That way it isn't a line right up by the lectern, and you can be respectful to the person that is speaking. Director of Public Works in the orange shirt, Dustin, thanks for wearing that, will help guide that. Again, thank you for being here. Looking forward to your comments and questions. Asking once again that you're respectful. You're respectful, which you are. I thank you for that. You would like to speak?
Mayor, may we walk across this way because of the crowd back there if we want to sign up?
If you want to sign up, I would recommend, because we have video, welcome to the training center, good question, Judge. I would recommend walking behind that video so you don't come in front. You can see where it is right there. Justin Taylor will help you. That way, it's probably gonna be a long trip, Judge, sorry about that.
I'll park the C.
There you go. And really appreciate that. Once you're done speaking, it would be best if you turn to the right and introduce yourself to your neighbors and find your seat or go back and stand.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't think I heard you say, is the library board going to have an opportunity to answer the questions that
Thank you. Once the public hearing is over, President Jack Wilhite asking, will the library leadership team have an opportunity to speak again? Yes, they will. And after hearing from the public, they will be able to address any of the questions or concerns that were raised to the board to help us better understand the proposal. Good question. Good. Yes.
Also have a person that's speaking, state their name and where they live. So
Yes, thank you. It's always good to have many people here. Diane, thank you. If you would, you've signed up, that's great, but it's on video. And then just for those that are here, including the board, state your name and where you live, and then share with us again, this point in the meeting, those that are in favor. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, I'm Samuel Anderson. I live near downtown, frequent visitor to the library. My mom is also the librarian in Houston, so a lot of insight there. I'm speaking for a group who helped me come up with these words that we feel very passionately about. Our local Carnegie Library is more than just a building filled with books. It is a living piece of our community's history. For generations, it has stood as a symbol of learning, opportunity, and public service. Families have gathered there. Children have discovered a love of reading there, which, God, we need now. And countless residents have relied on it as a safe and welcoming place. Today, we have a responsibility to preserve that tradition. Bringing the library up to code is not about changing its character. It's about protecting it so future generations can continue to benefit from it. Approving this funding would cost taxpayers, as you saw, about $4 per month, something I know people personally here can't afford. And it is a small investment to protect something that has served this community for over a century. This funding would also ensure the library remains accessible in a world where accessible indoor spaces are dying. I know that was mentioned by one of you. It remains a place accessible to residents with mobility issues, as they pointed out. Those without access to proper internet. I understand that's hard for some people to understand, but not everybody has the same privileges that we do. Or even parents, because summer is coming, that need a place to take their children so they do not go insane. The library is a place that is open and welcoming to all people, and that reflects the Christian values of compassion, stewardship, and caring for our neighbors that this community and our leaders claim to represent, and I do say claim loudly. If we fail to invest in this building now, we risk losing an irreplaceable part of our shared heritage. Supporting this funding means supporting our history, our community, and our values for generations to come. Too often in this community, I hear me instead of we. But the library is we, and the library is all of us. Thank you.
Before you begin, thank you again. You'll state your name and your address. just to help us continue to move forward through the favorable and unfavorable comments. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Common Council and the community. My name is Tatiksha Gorhe, and I'm a high school student, and I live in the north side of town. I am here tonight to advocate for a place that shaped not only my childhood, but also serves as the heart of our community, our library. I grew up in a world of books. I learned about historical events as I traveled through time with Jack and Annie in the Magic Treehouse series, and discovered the importance of family bonds while solving mysteries with the Boxcar Children. For me, the library was never just a building filled with books, but a place where imagination comes to life and opportunities for learning and growing are endless. I imagine many of you have similar memories. You may have gone to the library as young kids yourselves or taken your children there. Now imagine a future where your grandchildren no longer have that opportunity. 17 million seems like a daunting amount, but being on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council has allowed me to gain insight on the budgets and costs of projects in the city, and a project of this size would cost around that amount. The renovations done through this funding will help make the library more accessible for people with disabilities, allowing them to enter right into the area instead of having to go downstairs, back up. It even makes it accessible for just a mom with a stroller or people trying to escape in the event of an emergency by creating more readily available exits through an improved layout. The money will help pay for broken sprinkler systems, AC units, all aspects of the library that need to be fixed and allowed in order for the place to pass inspections and be kept from shutting down. Without the funding, without the renovations, without passing the inspections, your future generations could lose a place that has served such an important role in the lives of many people in Warsaw. The reason our community cherishes the library is because it truly provides something for everyone. Maybe not everyone is an avid reader, but everyone can benefit from what the library has to offer. When my brother and I were younger, we would borrow DVDs from the library to watch on long car rides. And after discovering my passion for cooking and baking, I frequently visited the library for cookbooks and even fancy gadgets like dehydrators. My friends use the library as a quiet place to study, especially during e-learning days when they need Wi-Fi and a space to focus. Parents can take their kids to story times, and both adults and children can win fun prizes through summer and winter reading, which I've participated for many years. And community members can access resources such as free Wi-Fi they might not otherwise have. I have grown to find my passion in community service by volunteering at the hospital, homeless shelters, coaching sports, and even starting a nonprofit. But it all started with my very first volunteering experience at the library, sorting books in the kids department while taking in the earthy smell of the books around me. The library provides many opportunities. It allows people to find their passions and lean into their interests. So whether it's the Legos, the puzzles, DVDs, working spaces, there's truly something for everyone to take advantage of. Growing up in Warsaw, the library was more than just books. It was, for many people, it's one of the only free and public spaces available to them. In a world where access to education and technology is increasingly important, libraries serve as equalizers. They provide internet access, educational programs, and support systems that strengthen our entire community. And it's not just another building to fund, but it's an investment in the future generation of this time. Investment in the future of our community. They say that knowledge is power, education is key, so then without a library, what are we? As someone who hopes to pursue a future in healthcare and service, I understand how important strong communities are. Strong communities are built on places that invest in people, and our library does that exact thing every single day. The possibility of losing this institution is heartbreaking. And adequate funding for the library would not just mean losing the books that are in it, it would mean losing the resources that have become a cornerstone of our town's identity. Resources that have impacted countless lives, including mine. There are still so many children who deserve the same experiences that I had growing up. They deserve a place where curiosity is engaged, where learning is accessible, and where they feel welcome and supported. So, as you decide the fate of our library tonight, I'd ask you to consider the lasting value our library brings to this community and to help preserve this vital part of Warsaw's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, My name is Casey Sheeby, and I did not plan on speaking tonight. I live in Warsaw on the east side of town. Many of you in the crowd may recognize me as somebody that you purchased cookies from. I recently started my own business. The library was an integral part of me being able to do that. They helped with signage, they helped with research. It's a place where I can take my kids to have a moment of quiet while they look through books and I try to get things done. So we've heard a lot of emotion and a lot of nostalgia and memories connected to the library. I would also like to remind you all that it has a local economic impact. That is money that I'm now raising, taxes I am now paying as a local business owner in Warsaw, in Kosciuszko County. In the same vein, I can take my kids there. They can hang out. This is a third space where we're staying in Warsaw. We're not driving to Fort Wayne to go to Sky Zone. We're not going out of town. We're eating lunch in town. The library helps keep us here, and that's a huge impact to other local businesses. In preparation for this, I was curious how much money the library has saved me personally. It has saved me over $1,400 last year. So raising my taxes $50 to $60, that's 3 books nowadays. That's nothing for me as an avid reader. I know not everybody is an avid reader, but you should be. So again, I didn't have a fancy speech prepared. I just wanted to highlight the local economic impact that our library has on Warsaw. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connie Kerr, and I live 5 minutes away from here, and I have been a library card holder since 1974. Big changes have occurred since then in 52 years, and I'm not speaking about numbers. I'm going to talk about my personal family. This library is still about books, but this non-for-profit is all about the people, from young babies to seniors. The children's department used to be in the basement of the old building. You could check out, my young daughters could check out books and records. Remember records? Then Margaret Fritzl started preschool story times and activities which were great, encouraging children to read. When school libraries were closed, my teens would come to the Warsaw Library to do their studying and research for written papers. When my husband was homebound and would see a book he wanted to read, I would call the library, and if it weren't here, Interlibrary Loan would find it for him. Now, as a widow, I come to the library for the adult activities planned by Dana McAfee. To name a few of the many options, there are crafts, meet the candidates, musicians, tea party travelogues, chair yoga, a senior fair, and this summer, an extensive study of the Holocaust. This library is a hub of technology, but the best part is help is available. For us seniors, we always need help, what button to push. A bookstore is for donations and sales, and the signs all over this town say it best. We love our library.
Hi, it's exciting to be here. There's so many people, it's great. It does show that democracy still works. I'm a local business owner. My husband and I own Winona Powder Coating, which is west of Warsaw, Indiana. And I thought I'd talk about the economic impact that the library has on this community. It's a civic anchor. It's for opportunity and education. And when we recruit an executive, when we want people to move here so that they can work for us, we want a vibrant city center that people can see. We want to have this beautiful Carnegie architecture. It shows that it's a long-term commitment to education and a long-term promise to all of the people that live in our community, that we're gonna take care of it for us, and then we'll take care of it for future generations. If we neglected a beautiful architectural center like this right here by downtown, it would indicate decline. And I've only lived here since 2021, and this is not a city or town in decline. I feel like we're a place that's on the move, and I'm excited to bring people and show them Warsaw. It's way more than what they expected, and I'd like to be a part of seeing that grow and develop, take care of our past and our heritage, and also build for the future. So I'm in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Dennis Crumbly, Warsaw, Indiana Street, over by the Old Marsh. I'm encouraging you to pass this motion, this bond. And the main reason is accessibility, and I'll give you a little bit of information. First, I want to talk about peripheral. Peripherally, I can see this post here, but I'm not going to go around it because I don't need to until I leave. I would venture to say everyone in this room is aware of handicap and those who need assistance. We've all opened doors, I'm sure, to those who need help. But until my 92-year-old mother moved over here, we moved her here from Gary. She always went to the Griffith Post Office. I didn't realize the inaccessibility with this library. Taking my daughters there, I would stop in the parking lot somewhere out in the corner. They would go in, no problem. I didn't have an issue with that. I knew peripherally there were handicap issues. As a contractor, having built and worked on ADA bathrooms for KCH, doctor's offices, peripherally I was aware of issues, but until I had to help my mother, 92 years old, with the issues that she has to deal with, not in a wheelchair or a walker, she rather would just walk on my arm. She points things out. So when we moved her here from August or September, she was so excited to get her library card, and I had procrastinated, finally got her card 2 weeks ago. When we went there, she couldn't believe she was pointing out this and that, and stuff that I wasn't really aware of, but she was pointing things out. How difficult it was for her to get in there. As soon as those doors opened up for the elevator, her comment was, "Holy cow, you can't even get a wheelchair in here." The doors that open into the foyer of the library are not very wide at all. So she was, we had to wait for a parking space because there weren't any available for her, so we could park closer for her to get to the library. So the inaccessibility is a major issue. She is a big library user. Now she's 92. If you don't pass the bond tonight, she may not be here in 2 years, but that's okay. Because my main point is she's one. She's one of many who have accessibility issues with the library. I know it's a lot of money, but I would encourage you to pass the bond for my mother and for others who are not as disabled as she is, but I don't think we can wait 2 years to address this all again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Metz, and I live over at Spring Hill on Spring Hill Road, so just right around the corner. In a community, a neighbor is one who lives near another, but a good neighbor is one who improves the quality of life for those living nearby, and the library is just such a neighbor. When we moved to town 13 years ago, a library card was one of the very first things we acquired. I have 4 kids, and they have all loved the children's wing of our library. Mr. Dwayne was here somewhere, I saw him earlier. I love Mr. Dwayne. Instead of borrowing a cup of sugar, we've borrowed books. My kids have learned about American history, flown around in a magic school bus, and found where the wild things are. My personal favorites have been the Book of Mistakes, which have taught them resiliency, and Captain Underpants that finally got my son to enjoy reading. He's 16 now, and he's still reading via audiobooks. My kids have borrowed metal detectors and cake pans over the years to explore new interests from the Library of Things. They've participated in summer reading programs and on rainy days have hunted for hidden Lego people. All 4 of my kids are reading at a higher level than expected for their grade, and I credit much of that to the library. Even a quick search into the correlation of reading and future success show that children who read for fun are more likely to pursue post-secondary education. My oldest is headed to college this fall as one such statistic. Studies also show that adults with strong literacy skills have significantly lower poverty rates. I'd say the library is definitely improving quality of life for its neighbors. I believe a thriving community is an ecosystem that works in harmony because various pillars steadily do their part for the good of the whole. Beyond improvement to quality of life, the library is expanding us, connecting not only Warsaw to the library, but also to each other. Most recently, I got to peruse an art exhibit of fellow Warsaw residents, many of whom I don't get to interact with at school or at work, but have now met because of the opportunities the library creates to foster these connections. I'm here tonight because I truly don't want to imagine what our city would look like without this good neighbor. Our library asks so little from us, not even late fines anymore, which has helped us so much. I think we owe her some reciprocal care. In the words of Frank Rogers, it's a beautiful day for a neighbor, and I'm so very glad the library is mine.
Hello, my name is Nora Bean. I live a few minutes away from here, and I've been going to our library since about when I could walk. I know most of the librarians very well, and they always greet us when we come in the doors. And for the past few years, I've been interested in neurology, but though I've checked, our library at school doesn't have a section on it. So the library is the only place I can get books on that topic. I go to that section pretty much every time I come, to the point where I've memorized where it is. And having a library creates opportunities where there were none before for people of all ages. It also works in partnership with tons of businesses and small groups to create a lot of fun events for kids, adults, and teens. I've gone to those activities for as long as I can remember, and I've even performed in a choir concert at the library. Having just a place to read, to socialize, and a library as wonderful as ours is very important for the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor B. Maybe a little emotional. I'm really proud. I think probably the biggest thing to say, the reason we need to be doing these things for the library is because of the youth that we have here tonight presenting. High schoolers and elementary kids coming out to speak on behalf of the library should be all that I think we need to know to support this measure. Thank you.
I would first ask that you not judge my mental condition on the fact that I brought a coat. My name's Lee Harmon. I'm a resident and taxpayer of the city of Warsaw. I live on Ontario Lane. Warsaw is a place I've called home almost my entire life. I'm thankful to live here. I'm also thankful to live in a country where, at least for the most part, people can still share their diverse opinions openly, and it's gratifying when we can do it respectfully. For 47 years I served as an educator. First as a teacher here in Warsaw, then as an administrator, and later for several years at Ball State University. So I've spent my entire professional life in helping others learn. That's why I'm here tonight. I want to speak in strong support, not only of the Warsaw Community Library, but all libraries. That's because of the vital role they play in building and maintaining vital, attractive, and thriving communities. Many people think of libraries as a depository of books and other materials intended for our enjoyment, but there are many other aspects, as you've heard already tonight. I'm going to give you 3 points as to why I think it's very, very critical that we have a functional, accessible, and safe public library here in Warsaw. My first point is on the aspect of the effect that a public library has on positive student learning. And I'm going to reference some studies tonight, but I'm not going to go into the names. I'm going to leave this here. It's got the names of the sources there if anyone's interested. Increased use of library has been shown to translate into improved test scores in nearby schools. That's not my impression, that's from the research. There's a significant correlation between reading scores and public libraries' circulation of children's reading materials that they have available. In other words, the number of books that they make available to kids. You've heard some of that tonight. Time after time, access to print reading materials helps drive improved literacy outcomes. Now, if you're like me, you may be concerned about the growing problem of kids' addiction to devices. And I can't think of a better reason to support a library than to counter that in some way. Second, libraries provide a substantial return on investment. And again, there are several studies that show this very quickly. In California, studies show that for every $1 invested in libraries, public libraries, between $2 and $10 are returned, the most common being between $3 and $6. In Georgia, for every $1 spent, $3.75 gets returned in economic impact. In Texas, public libraries, every $1 invested returns $4.64 in resources, programming, services, technology, and so forth. The third point has been mentioned, and I'm going to say it again because it's so important to this community. Libraries have a positive impact on economic development, workforce development, and entrepreneurship. Many journal studies make the case that public libraries impact local economic development. When I worked at Ball State, I was a member of a team of people. There was a representative from IU Bloomington, one from Purdue, one from Indiana State, and I was Ball State's rep. We helped school boards around the state of Indiana select new school superintendents. One of the things that we would tell candidates who were considering going into that district is to visit the public library, because that gives you some sense of the value that they place on education. Now, you see, we just believe that a good library is an important measure of the overall health of a community. So my question would be, Could it possibly be that companies and businesses considering locating in Warsaw may do the same? To summarize, public libraries play an essential part in defining a community. They're in the education business. They're important to kids. And libraries are important to the economic viability of a community. They're an important brand, part of the brand of a community. In my view, we have an obligation to those who come after us to secure for our community a sound and well-functioning public library, not a derelict one. I urge you to support our Warsaw Community Public Library with your votes so that future generations may continue to use it and to learn and to thrive in this great community. Thank you.
I'm Dwayne Huffer. I live on East Main Street here in Warsaw. And you said to say something new. I'm going to talk about old. I'm talking about history. In 1885, when our library was established, it was established in an old schoolhouse called Center Ward by the railroad at the corner of Detroit and Detroit and Market Street. It really was getting in disrepair. At the time the library started, it had 67 volumes. There was no tax other than the school tax, because the school supported it. And so anybody who wanted to get a book, they would go there on a Saturday between the hours of 12 and 4, go up to a rail, and the superintendent of schools, you'd have loved this lady, was the one that was passing out books for the library. Well, it came about that the school needed to be torn down. The new high school had been built in 1905 on West Main Street, and Center Ward, where Zimmer's headquarters now is, was soon to be built, as was East Ward. So there wasn't going to be a library. Now, Mrs. William Conrad, Mrs. Mamie Conrad, whose husband had a carriage works here in town, and lived at where the Lacey Bay Drive-In now is, went to 12 different women's groups and encouraged them in regard to the library. And then there was a meeting in March 1914 in the old Emmy Methodist Church, not the one that's there now, but the one that was there just before. The superintendent of libraries from the state of Indiana came to that. And he announced at that time that the library in Warsaw was on the bottom list in Indiana in regard to libraries. It had 5,000 books at that time. The judge of the circuit court spoke, the mayor spoke in favor of it, and then after that meeting, work began to gather the Carnegie funds to fund that library. And they made their application, and they could get $15,000 from Carnegie. That wasn't enough. So they went to the Wayne Township trustee and Wayne Township advisory and got so that they could have $17,000. At that time then, they decided to locate it where it's now located. No, well, it was only on 2 lots at that time at the corner of Detroit and Center. They could only afford 1 lot. And I don't know if Jeff would do this, but the mayor at that time bought the other lot and made arrangements for the city to purchase. So they used a contracting firm from Manchester, North Manchester. The architect was from Huntington, and they started work in 1916, and it was opened in 1917. But prior to getting there, it took the school trustees. Now, the school was just the city of Warsaw. We didn't have what Wayne Township didn't have or anybody else. It was just the city of Warsaw. So the city trustees for the school voted that they would give up their control over the library. Then it went to the city council. And guess what? The city council didn't do anything, and when it met in October, they said, oh, we need more information. Now keep in mind, Diane and Cindy. At that time, women did not have the right to vote. But Mrs. Conrad and the 12 Ladies Club made sure there was a meeting in February, and then it was passed, and so we could proceed with the library. Now, I've been here since 1948. I've used that library. I didn't pay for it until I started owning real estate. It has served so many people. And I'm sure out in Wayne Township, Bill and Marguerite Frush and Ethel Melvin Huffer complained about the taxes out there, but they paid it. Our forebears had the foresight that we needed a library, we had a necessity for a library, and it has made such a difference in our community. Would we have had Dalton's? Would we have had Donnelly's or Daylight's Green, the book company, or any of the big companies that we have now? Would Zimmer have expanded or Pew? It is an asset to our community. It's an attraction to our community. It's a need for our community. And I certainly hope that you vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Well, I haven't lived here since 1948, but I have lived here since 2016 when I attended Grace College alongside my husband, and I was fortunate enough to be educated in local politics by, at that time, Councilman and now Mayor Gross. So nice seeing you again. I have some unique experience, I think, in some of the factors that are being brought up tonight. While I haven't worked in commercial construction, I have worked in residential construction, and I still do to this day with a few degrees of separation. I actually was involved in building the Metzger's home, your wonderful model there that you had showing how inaccessibility has been impacting them. And in my time working in construction, we thought for a while that costs were going to go down after COVID. Think about that. It's been a few years since then, right? Unfortunately, they haven't. I work with contractors every single day who tell me more and more about the increasing cost of goods. And unfortunately, that is just the reality that we are facing today in this day and age. My husband and I bought our home in 2019. Sorry, I didn't introduce where I live. I live over on West Winona Avenue. It's 120-year-old, going to be 130 here in a couple of years. And I can attest on a personal level that we thought that, hey, we would just push off some of these renovations until we can afford them. And unfortunately, many of those renovation costs have now doubled. Old buildings, especially in this kind of area where we have swampy ground, don't tend to do very well over a long amount of time. We have issues where we need to replace some foundation, we have some structural issues, but I think that gives me a little bit of a unique perspective in understanding. I know that this is a lot of money. I understand that this is a lot of money. And especially in today's economy, that's really scary. Every time I get a NIPSCO bill in the mail, I cringe a little bit inside, right? And I think all of you can attest to that. However, we thought costs were going to go down and they haven't been. And if we don't do this now, we have to wait another 2 years. And what's it going to cost then? I please ask that you all vote in favor tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is C. Grandin. I'm an attorney, a downtown business owner, and the mother of 4 children who are all the products of Warsaw Community Schools and the Warsaw Community Public Library. Not approving this bond would be a gross failure of economic foresight. Public libraries provide a massive return on investment. They function as economic engines by driving workforce development, supporting small businesses, increasing surrounding property values, and providing equitable access to technology. There is a direct economic benefit to citizens who have access to the library. Research at the Kelley School of Business found that for each $1 of public library expenditure, the average Indiana community receives $2.38 in direct benefits. This 2.38 to 1 benefit to cost ratio represents a conservative and defendable estimate of the value Hoosiers derive from their libraries. If we make this investment, we should get at least a 2-fold return on our investment. I know we will hear a lot about the cost of this project tonight, particularly in the next portion, but I respectfully ask the council to consider the costs of not doing this project, to consider the cost of declining property values, to consider the cost of lost foot traffic and dollars spent in downtown businesses and restaurants, to consider the cost of lost talent retention and recruitment to our community, to consider the cost of lost corporate and private investment in our city, to consider the cost of lost grant dollars for future projects throughout the community. Because a community that does not invest in its existing assets will pay in other ways. There will be costs one way or the other. I respectfully ask the council to show economic foresight, demonstrate leadership, and vote to support our historic Carnegie Library. Where we invest shows what we value. It shows it to our children, to our surrounding communities, to potential investors, corporations, and other stakeholders. We must show that Warsaw values education, literacy, and free public access to information, that Warsaw prioritizes and is strategic about economic development, and that Warsaw prioritizes strong stewardship of its valuable cultural assets.
Hi, my name's Steve Henn. I'm a local school teacher. I've been at Warsaw High School for 22 years now. And I learned my love of books and my love of reading first at the Warsaw Community Public Library. And around circa 1980, when my mom would take me, I started going to the library before I learned to read. And I just wanted to comment that every child in this community who learns a love of books and a love of reading and carries that with them into adulthood becomes a more literate and more capable participant in the American democratic experience. And if we're not in favor of that in this community, then what are we even doing here?
Good evening, my name is Lori Rowe. I live in Southwood Addition. We moved here 26 years ago, nearly 26 years ago. Our impression of the town was made by the library. We stopped in to see the library and we were so impressed. Wasn't anything I had in my hometown. Our kids came along and they grew up at the library. They both spent hours in the children's section, packed home tote bags full of books. They both volunteered hours at the library. We found our first geocache at the library. My daughter, when she finished her Girl Scout Gold Award, the first place she wanted to put her materials was the public library. My son loves it so much he took his senior pictures there in and outside the library. It's a vital part of our community. It is that third space, and it's free. You're not expected to pay a cent to be there. You can go and you can hang out and you don't have to buy a cup of coffee or you don't have to pay any fee to be there. My son wanted me to add that information shouldn't always be behind a paywall or a screen. It needs to be there in the library. As C recommended, the value of the library doesn't have a dollar amount. It's just priceless. We're going to get this investment back 2- or 3-fold. And to quote the newsroom, and bring this back full circle to Diane's comments, there is nothing more important to a democracy than a well-informed electorate. And we need that well-informed electorate at the library. We need them learning at the library. So please, I implore you to approve this bond request.
Hi, my name is Dr. Anita Kishan. I guess I need some growth hormone. But I have been in this community for over 35 years, and I've worked as a pediatrician for 20 years, and then I've retired since then. My experience with it was with my kids, with my grandkids, with my kids volunteering in the library, and later when I retired, when I joined book club. But what I want to talk to you about is what the American Academy of Pediatrics has to say about early learning. We heard from a lot of teachers who talk about how good the readers do. But learning starts at a very young age, 6 months old. Just giving the baby a book makes him think it's a toy and starts flipping the pages and looking at it and develops an interest in reading. And and that stays with him lifelong. That the kids that read are much more economically sound. I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is the sooner we introduce books to kids, the better it is. And not everybody can afford these books. It's very easy to put a kid in front of the television set or a computer or some other equipment. So my recommendation is that we do all the things these people recommended, because I agree with all of it, but I'll keep it short. This has the approval of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Merrill. I live just up on Union Street. I had a big prepared speech, but honestly, I don't think there was anything in there that these wonderful people missed that I could possibly inform you with. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in Syracuse. I moved here when I got back from Iraq from the Marine Corps, and I was interested in IT. I got my first job in IT at the library. Kind of a weird place to start. It paid garbage at the time. I was losing money on gas, but I loved that job, and I loved the people I worked with. My manager at the time pushed hard on me to go back to college, which I did. I got a degree from Ivy Tech here in town. And then following that, I joined the Gold program at Grace, which is absolutely wonderful. It was a fantastic program. And now I direct IT for Lake City Bank. And I'm still at the library. I worked there for a couple of years. I left, and now I'm the chair of the trustees. And so something I would like to share, because I know that council members asked, what happened to all that money? Well, I can tell you, we just got hit year after year after year with calamity. And I know that you felt some of these too. I've been on the board for about 10 years, and the first setback was the circuit breaker. We lost almost half of our budget that year, out of nowhere. Just suddenly, we didn't have, I think, roughly 40% of our money. We barely kept the library open. We had to ask the staff to voluntarily take up to 25% pay cuts just to keep the thing running. And honestly, we haven't ever recovered from that. We lost all of our rainy day money, and we've been struggling to go after it ever since, because every time we turn around, another thing goes down, and we end up gutting that rainy day. We're trying like hell, but the economy is just hitting us one side and down the other. We really need this. I think it would be a tragedy if we let this library go. And I don't know if I could look at anybody in this room if we did that. So please vote in favor. Thank you.
So, as I work in higher education, I have to open this, and I could not any other way. I did not plagiarize this, because every wonderful thing that I have to say has already been said by some member of this community and all wonderful supporters. So I did not rip them off, but I'm still going to speak because it's important. My name is Tim Keys. I'm a lifelong resident of Warsaw. I am the vice president of the Warsaw Community Public Library Board of Trustees. 1997, I was a teenager. I was working for the Warsaw Public Library, shelving books, and I was in U.S. government class at Warsaw High School. Now, 30 years have passed. Here I am. I'm the VP of the board. I'm in charge of the library at Ivy Tech, Kosciuszko County. And my government teacher is now Mr. Mayor. So, something was right. I saw the 1997 expansion. I was paid for with a bond much like this one. Here we are, decades later, with a vibrant, growing public library, serving a growing city, and not least, my own little niece and nephew. The bond was paid off early with the savings of taxpayer money, and trying and paying and supporting for all the growth and change that's brought us here to this point. It was a worthy investment. I'm glad that decision was made. Now it's my turn to fight for the library that provided for me before I could even read. So, the council, I think it is fair to say, has an interest in investing and supporting and growing our downtown business area. I know that is a vital goal of the council and your work. We want to provide a city that companies like Lake City Bank, Zimmer Biomet, DePuy, Slate Auto, and others will wish to remain and grow. And the number one demand for city and company growth is young, educated professionals, especially those with children, choosing to live in your city. These professionals and families expect, at a minimum, a fully funded, safe, accessible, renovated, and growing public library, with services for families and resources for adults and children alike. Attracting and keeping these residents is vital to city health and growth. Without them, there's no future. In addition, our Warsaw Public Library averages 9,000 visits per month. Again, like I said, a lot of places in here, I think we mentioned this already. This makes it, in my opinion, one of the most heavily visited downtown businesses in existence in Warsaw. Those visitors go to other shops, restaurants, gas stations, and establishments downtown, many of which have already spoken or indicated the same. It would be wise for the council to invest strongly in what is essentially an anchor business for your downtown district. Finally, the council, I think it is fair to say, also believes in conservative, responsible spending of funds. All the expenses and estimates in our plan have been checked and rechecked by the renovation committee, myself, the professionals that we've hired and brought in, the public hearings that we've had over and over again. As the board vice president, I have consistently voted for every piece of upkeep, bandaging, system maintenance, cost-effective responses to the failures of aging systems, pipe breaks. We got lucky on that one, but that was on the lower floor, not the upper, or the lower floor, sorry. And boilers, everything else. With the current economic climate, materials tariffs, inflation, fuel prices greatly up, which impacts the shipping of all goods, especially construction materials. Costs of everything involved in the construction project will only go up, never down. It makes fiscal sense to make the investment now to secure the best prices possible from providers and to prevent future, even costlier system failures that will cost far more to repair than they do to prevent. So, in closing, all talk of bonds and budgets aside, I'm here for the mother that took me to the library before I could even read. The first job that I had taking care of its books, the research that I did there for my Eagle Scout work with our local troop, the community that it supports, that I chose to remain and be a member of, the theme of educated professionals staying and contributing. And as an uncle to children that I hope one day will do even better than me, in a fully funded, accessible, and growing public library in an unknown but better future. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, council members and Mayor Gross for being here, opening yourselves up to us, braving the heat, and for the opportunity to speak tonight and share my love for the Warsaw Library. My name is Nathaniel Wise. I live on North Columbia Street. It's a quick walk from the library, so I've surely spent thousands of hours there so far in my life. And as a child, I was nurturing interests that led to my career. Then as a college student, I relished the quiet environment, and even during COVID, when the library was closed temporarily, I saw a change of scenery by working from the benches outside. Now as an adult, I still hold a deep love for the library. I echo everything that everyone else here tonight has said, but I also want to share some of my own experience comparing libraries in other communities to that in our own. During the last several years, I've traveled extensively as far as California for seasonal environmental conservation positions. And while in those roles, I visited dozens of libraries for internet access or printing services or air conditioning. and Warsaw stands apart from the rest. Across the country, beautiful historic buildings built for public benefit, such as post offices and libraries, continue to be converted to private use, with public services relegated to uninspired rectangular buildings. Commonly, this occurs when the funds needed to expand or repair the original buildings to keep them running as intended are refused. Warsaw is lucky to have a Carnegie Library to begin with, and we are also lucky, moreover, to have invested up until now in expanding and maintaining the building as its services have grown and changed. Our library building offers an impressive and historic exterior and an elegant, lofty ceilinged interior, along with ample on-site parking, a benefit not to be overlooked. The bond request before you offers the chance to continue this admirable record. Refusing to cede an iconic public space will display a commendable commitment to one of our community's most significant institutions by supporting our library's continued use of its historic building. I can think of few better uses for public dollars. A brief aside before I conclude. On the internet, I've seen a lot of rumors swirling, some of them about the character or principles of current library leadership. I can't speak to this, I have no personal experience, but I strongly believe that although such concerns should be taken seriously, they are immaterial to the question of whether to fund the needed renovations. And I would urge you not to make your decision based on the merit of any individuals making the request, but rather simply and strictly on the basis of the facts. First, that our library building is an irreplaceable asset to our community, and two, that it must receive adequate repairs in order to remain usable. If we act now, the library building will continue to set Warsaw apart from its peers. But if we do not, it will quickly deteriorate beyond recovery. Please act on behalf of this community cornerstone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council, for taking the opportunity to listen to all of us tonight. My name is Heather Reichenbach. I live on the north side of Warsaw, and we have been here since 2006. So in 2006, when we were looking for a community to move to, my husband was busy touring offices and spaces where his employer wanted him to be and work, and I was looking at how we would be living and spending our days in Warsaw. I was amazed at how beautiful the Warsaw Library was and is. With a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, I relied on the library as a resource and rescue during my day with the kids. Checking out books to read, puzzles, CDs to listen to, DVDs, story time, book challenges, etc. The library speaks to the measure of how we value education in our community. Consider not only who we are now, but how we continue to grow. Community growth means new families are moving in or families are moving back. My son, who was 3 when we moved here, just graduated from college yesterday. And my daughter is a sophomore. I would love to have them move back to Warsaw, and I would love for there to be a library for them to be in awe of and utilize like we did when they were children. How do we remain competitive and thrive as a community without a beautiful library that serves not only my family, but all of our families? It serves our youth and also our adults. I encourage you to support the library and pass the bond as presented. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John, and we live about a 5-minute walk from downtown Warsaw. I'm not sure if full disclosure is necessary here, but my wife works at the library. Nevertheless, I am participating in this endeavor due to my passionately held principles and not just marital dynamics. Right? I wanted to start by thanking the board as a group for your willingness to take on the roles that you have here. It can't be easy to navigate best stewardship as you try to discern between competing pros and cons and interests. I do not envy you. Because the library is an institution that serves such a diverse clientele with such a menu of services, It is naturally an integral and organic part of our community, and its value cannot be captured on a balance sheet. The value of a library is determined by its evolving impact on the community. And in order for our library to evolve and impact properly, it does need your yes vote for this funding. Voting yes means the library will be better able to serve and provide resources for those who are not as access rich as most of us are. Those who struggle every month to make ends meet, or perhaps rural families or homeschooling communities. Voting yes means embracing a revolutionary type of data center, one that offers tangible, personal benefits to the entire community without gutting our water and electricity resources. Voting yes is a necessary part of adding value to the Warsaw community as a more professional and robust destination for families and businesses. This is your chance to make a bellwether investment in and endorsement of the future of Warsaw Community Public Library and its namesake, the Warsaw community. So please vote yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Patrick Lefebvre. I live on East Market Street here in Warsaw. I'm a newer resident of the community. I moved here around 4 years ago and have coincidentally been a member of the Friends of the Library for about the same amount of time. I'd like to ask for the record to state that the opinions I express are those of my own, and I am not speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Library. When I first moved here, I was without a driver's license or a job. And having read quite a lot of books growing up, naturally one of the first places I went to was the Warsaw Library. It gave me a place to get out of the house, to use internet, which we weren't able to afford at the time, to hunt for jobs, and also to entertain myself. Going to the library provided me opportunities to get where I am now. It has provided me community with the Friends of the Library, a chance to get books, or a chance to watch shows on digital services such as Hoopla. The library invests in all of us in different ways. I know for a lot of folks, as has been mentioned, cost is a big concern, especially with the repairs. I have spent around a year doing emergency home repairs in Tucson, Arizona for a nonprofit. I would not consider myself qualified to speak on the costs presented here. I got to witness demands for ramps and also plumbing repairs, and saw how simply trying to fix small sections of, say, a pipe could lead to a bigger nickel and diming at a later time. Sometimes the best choice is to gut it entirely and to build anew. I ask you, Mr. Mayor, council members, to invest in the library so they can continue to invest in us for the next 30 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brady Gardner. I live in Wynonna Lake. I currently work at the high school. I just want to remind you that when you see how many people have been at the library, that doesn't mean that we've walked through the doors. So they said they do a people counter, okay? I borrowed over 180 books from the library last year, okay? I went in maybe 20 times. So think about the fact that not everyone's gonna walk through those doors, but still utilizes the services that they offer. And also that we need to keep it up to date because we give an opportunity for high school students to get a free library card with their student ID. We need to keep them able to get access to that. Like those are very vital resources for them. And if we need to keep it safe for them, then we need to make the upgrades. Thank you.
My name is Ben Rice. I live on the south side in Park Ridge. I'm taking the trustee hat off and putting my citizen hat on. And I'm sharing this story, and a lot of people have been sharing stories, because of the existential nature of the issue. It's that important that this library stays open. Growing up, my single mother Ann tried her best to raise 3 boys all by herself. She worked long hours at Donnelly and stretched every dollar. We had the library to go to. That was our entertainment. When I was a kid, we would go there for about 2 hours on a Friday night, so we still have Friday night hours. I'd read some books, look up something that fascinated me, or play on an interactive game on the computer, a novelty in the early 90s. In my formative youth, my friends and I would bike to the library, a central location where we felt safe and free to meet and spend time together. It's been a transformational part of my life as a resource for education, entertainment, and leisure. Now try to take my family to the library every week to explore programming, shout out Lego and Yo-Yo Club, check out books, or hunt the scavenger hunt in the children's section. Those opportunities are at risk without this renovation. I don't like the $17 million price tag. I didn't like it when it was over 20. But unfortunately, the economic environment is such that to make sure the bones and mechanical systems of the building actually work and the public can have safe and easy access to this important space for many years to come, the cost is what it is as outlined in our presentation. I recommend the council approve. Thank you.
Good evening, Tracy Hansen. I live on the east side of town. I moved here in 2007. I was a police officer just north of Seattle, Washington, full-time single dad. I made the decision to possibly move to Warsaw to purchase a business. I looked at 3 things that were critical to my mindset. Schools, how are the schools? Fantastic. What's the crime like? I was a police officer, obviously, so I cared about crime. Great community. Lastly, was there a good public library? It's better than anything I had back in Seattle area, which obviously is a much larger population. We have a beautiful asset here. Put yourself in the shoes of the library. As a homeowner, you purchase a home that's 100 years old. You know it's gonna need work, but how hard is it to save money as a homeowner, as a taxpayer, as a business owner? It's hard. My wife and I each own a business, so we have properties, we pay taxes. This is one tax addition we're happy to pay to support the library. We know how hard it is, and we have to make a major repair. It's like, how are we gonna get the funds? Because it comes out of nowhere. You try to save, but something happens. That's what's happened with the library. You saw the data. The systems they need to replace have all outlived the lifespan that is normal. Now it's time to reinvest and get that upgraded, updated. You guys are the bank, you know. The consumers, the taxpayers are gonna help pay that bond. So support the library, make the changes so we can continue to have this asset in our community.
Hello, my name is Caleb Ackerman. I live in Winona Lake, Indiana. A lot of people have shared a lot of stories and reasonings to support the library tonight. I just got one last story to add. When I was really young, early elementary school, kindergarten, and first grade, I struggled a lot with reading. In hindsight, probably due to undiagnosed ADHD. At the end of first grade year, I went from a C level to an M level in reading. I was the most improved reader in my entire class that year. I credit a big part of that to my parents reading me every night. And they did that by borrowing books from the public library. I don't know how my education would have changed if public library hadn't been a resource that had been there. But I know it would have been very different if I hadn't had that fundamental resource for such a foundational building block of my education. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Griffin Rowe, and I also live in the Southwood Division of Warsaw. First, I'd like to just say my personal history with the library real quick, as everyone has been doing. is that yes, I've been going there since I was very little, and I would often check out entire stacks of books on my latest interest, whether it was tall buildings or filmmaking or animation or just any of the sort that you have. And I also, yes, I took my senior photos there because it's very beautiful, you know. It's a breath of fresh air from the very cold, sterile interiors that are popular now. And so it's always been a very safe space. It's a very good third place. So, but what I really want to talk about is kind of the misconceptions about libraries and why it would be, I guess, something that you could cut from funding. Is that first the misconception that books are obsolete? That's very inaccurate. All of the technology that we have now, we are assuming is going to be the future forever from now, but it's really not. When's the last time that anyone in here has received a telegram? Yeah, I didn't think anyone did. I didn't think anyone's received a hey, stop, wanna hang out, stop. But we have read physical words on pieces of paper. There's pieces of paper with printed words all over this table. There's printed signage everywhere. The written word is something that has been around for thousands of years, from stone to clay tablets, papyri scrolls, and now modern paper with books. And so that physical object of having information stored on it is something that's always going to exist, whether or not other technology that you can use to view it won't, you know? We're not still reading books on flash drives, even though those were a stepping stone to the digital age. And then the next misconception is that you can get books from bookstores. We do have a bookstore here, and although I love it, it's very limited. And so the only two real options that are close to a library is the internet and Barnes & Noble. Well, both of those are very good options to buy. There is the issue that has been arising of consumerism. We don't need to buy every single piece of information that we want to consume, but we can borrow it. And a library is a way to do that. At Barnes & Noble, you could pick up books that look interesting and you can read them a little bit, but you have to be careful. You're not folding a page, you're not opening it too wide, because someone's gonna buy that and they're gonna want it to be brand new. So and also that's a place where you're kind of forced into wanting to buy it. And also, a library has a lot more options than a Barnes & Noble does. And then with the internet, there's distractions every single place. Right now, we are living in a time where information is more readily available to us than ever before. And yet, it's also the most inaccessible thing ever. For example, I didn't even know that you could go to, there are younger kids now that don't know that there are databases you can go to specifically for information, and that Google isn't a source, it's an internet, it's a, oh my gosh, a search engine. So just having that ability to type in a book or a resource in a library computer, being able to go and get it without any buy this, buy that, subscribe to this, or any of that distraction that we're bombarded with all the time now, is such a valuable resource. And then the last, not really misconception, but just information, is that it would be embarrassing to not have a library in town. Because if we're looking to grow Warsaw and have people come here and set down roots, as mentioned many times before, a library is a place that people look to as a way to convince them to move to that town. I know that myself, I don't plan on living in Warsaw in the future, but I've always said that if something were to bring me back, it would be the library. And that was the only item on my list that would bring me back, because it's truly such an amazing place and it's invaluable to a community. And I don't think I could imagine Warsaw without it. Thank you. Please vote yes.
of the library, and I just wanted to say, like, ditto to everything else. But also, we do have a fundraising group, obviously, the Friends of the Library, very dedicated group of people that raise money all year long. We do everything we can to help the library with anything they ask for, whether it's replacing a broken water fountain or paying for Santa Claus to come for all the children every year, the puppet shows for the summer reading program, getting an AED so everybody is safe in the library. Like, all the stuff we do is amazing. We would love to raise $17 million. But we can't do it. We raise about $10,000 a year through multiple fundraisers, running a bookstore. We work our butts off to raise that little bit. It's a drop in the bucket. There's no way we can do it. If we could, we would. So like, it's necessary to be able to do it. And if anybody wants to join the Friends and help us out so we can raise more each year and do more to support this amazing library, please do. But I hope that you take everything everybody said to heart and vote yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your sacrifice, your commitment, your dedication to making Warsaw the best it possibly can be. These aren't easy answers, and I appreciate you guys really delving into this and listening to what we've heard already. So on behalf of the Kosciuszko, my name is Rob Parker. Hi. President of the Kosciuszko Chamber of Commerce and also Executive Director for Main Street Warsaw. So on behalf of both of those organizations, I am pleased to offer our strong support for the continued investment in and the advancement of the Warsaw Community Public Library. The library is far more than a place for books. It is a cornerstone of our community's quality of life and a critical asset in positioning Warsaw and Kosciuszko County at large as a place where people want to live, work, play, and learn. As organizations focused on economic vitality, workforce development, and downtown vibrancy, we see firsthand how essential the library is in achieving these shared goals. From a chamber perspective, the library contributes meaningful, and we've heard it a lot tonight, to workforce readiness and lifelong learning. It provides access to educational resources, technology, and programming that help individuals build skills, explore career pathways, and remain competitive in an evolving economy. Employers across our community benefit from a workforce that has access to these tools, and the library plays a direct role in that ecosystem. From a Main Street perspective, the library is a key anchor within our community fabric. Strong civic institutions like the library drive foot traffic, support nearby businesses, and contribute to a vibrant and welcoming downtown environment. Investments in the library align with our broader efforts to enhance placemaking, strengthen our sense of community, and create spaces where residents and visitors alike can gather and engage. We also recognize the library's role in serving all residents, providing equitable access to information, safe gathering spaces, and programming for individuals and family at every stage of life. We've heard that multiple times tonight. This inclusivity is essential to building a strong, connected, and a thriving community. As you consider your decisions related to the Warsaw Public Library, we respectfully encourage your continued support. Strategic investment in this institution is an investment in our workforce, our downtown, and our future. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to the continued economic growth and success of Warsaw.
Would anybody else like to speak in favor? Okay, at this time, I will ask anybody who would like to come before the board and share why you are against the resolution, or you have reservations about the resolution that the board is facing. thank everybody while the individuals are signing up to speak, for your patience dealing with the heat, allowing us to hear. Greatly appreciate that.
I'm Craig Daylocker, Warsaw, Indiana. I'm going to run through some prepared comments that I did based on what I saw on the library's website. On the website, this project looked like it was partially off of mechanics and partially a lot of remodeling, changing uses of areas, moving walls, total restructuring how the building was. Tonight, it sounds like the 17 million is about keeping the doors open. That's not what I was reading on the website. So anyway, so I'm gonna go through this kind of off of what I was thinking from reading the website, and then I'll put a couple comments in about what I'm hearing tonight. I'm asking you to vote no on the $17 million bond for the Warsaw Library. Let me start by saying the people who work at the library are very friendly and helpful. I'm sure that the changes I saw on the website that I did not hear about today would benefit the library as far as the people that use the library. The services. The way people would use the library in the future would be different than when it was built. The addition was built in 1996. And I think that those proposed changes I saw on their website were would actually help. But having something that we want is not necessarily something that we need or that we can afford. The library in their editorial in the Times Union said, quote, that the investment supports, and a lot of this we heard already, and I think it's true. The investment supports, the library supports literacy programs for children, public interest access for families, technology assistance for seniors, educational resources for students, job hunting services for residents trying to rebuild their lives, safe public gathering spaces, and access to information without subscriptions, fees, or algorithms deciding what people should see. That's great. And the library is providing that now. The library is already providing that now without the $17 million. I don't think the question is, do we approve the $17 million and provide these services? Or do we not provide the 17 million and not provide those services? They're providing the services right now without that bond. I think that's a false premise. The thing on taxes is we're not really discussing what to do with our money. It's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. We need to understand that taxes are not voluntary donations. People get in big trouble if they don't pay their taxes. When we raise taxes, we're not asking the taxpayer to pay more. We're telling the taxpayer they have to pay more. Because many taxpayers are stressed about today's tax bills, we should add as little as possible to their tax burden. And right now, the current tax bill things that people are really concerned about is a lot of it is just pure inflation. The cost of the health insurance is going up for the employees, the cost of blacktop for the city or the county. There's just a lot of just regular inflation on providing the same services in the same way without adding could add spending, because the prices went up, but without buying more government, the price still goes up, the taxes go up. And people are being freaked out about that. So this would be an increase on that. That $175,300 house, their taxes for the operating expense of the library right now is about $74.16. The additional $49.97 would bring it up to about $124.13. So the proposal would actually raise the taxes that person paid in that median level house by 67%. The taxes they pay for the library by 67%. Now, and also not doing the $17 million is not a cut. The library right now, this year, they're getting 0.0971% of the per 100, and that's for operating. If this goes through, that'll continue, and then there'll be something times the net assessed value for the, for the bond. That, which would, for that average, that median person would be $49.97. So I don't think that not doing the 17 million is a cut from operating budget. It's not. And I think the library will not stop providing benefits to the community. These benefits that were just mentioned, and the benefits in the editorial, the literacy for children, public internet access, all that list, those things are not going to stop if they don't get to 17 million. The one thing I heard today that gave me some pause is, okay, let's say they had to close the building because of the sprinkler. Okay, now that's an issue. But when they were talking about that kind of thing, I'm hearing 250,000 on the sprinkler, 500 to 900,000 on the chiller, and $500,000 on the building management module. But that building management module, they're not gonna have to close it if it is now. It's just a hassle to deal with. It's not a thing of closing it if they don't do it. So my thought is, if you have a way to do this for about, $1.5 million or something, for the things that will keep it open, super. But if this is 17 million or nothing, I'd say nothing. If it came to it, in this community, people maybe pass the hat to fix the sprinkler or something, but just privately. But 17, this thing is when we raise taxes, we're telling the homeowner what they have to pay. These are not donations. We're not asking them to pay more. We're telling them. And this is on top of the inflation that's going to be there if we didn't do any projects at all. The inflation where the tax rates have been going, tax bills have been going up, I think is mostly off of just flat out inflation. Inflation costs of providing the same services we already been providing at the county level or the city level or the schools. And so this is just one more thing on top of that. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for your consideration.
Good evening, my name is Michael Oswald. I live on Ranch Road, south of town. And then, contrary to what the assessor believes, I do not have a gold mine buried in my backyard. When I saw 6 or 7 months ago that the library wanted to raise a lot of funds, and I saw the numbers, I almost had a heart attack. I don't know about everybody else, but my tax assessment went up $60,000 last year and $56,000 this year, and I haven't done anything to my house. It needs a lot of things. But when I see us spending money, we built a new street department building, I get nervous. I'm retired, I'm 70 years old. If my taxes keep going up, I'm gonna have to run for mayor again. And I really like Jeff. So there's the dilemma. Nobody in this room wants to close your library. I promise you. Not one of us. None. And I may say against the proposal, but I'm certainly not against the library in my home. I too have been in that library many times. However, I'm sorry, but maybe the building has seen its day. Maybe we should move it to the Marsh building. Maybe it should be on one level. Because we're talking about elevators and access and we've got the square footage, we own the building, and I know maybe that's a question for later, but it scares me that this right now is do or die. It just scares me, like if we don't make a decision tonight on $17 whatever million, it doesn't matter, it's all fuzzy to me now, the library closes. Nobody wants that. Have we looked at alternatives? Those are some of my questions for you later that you can answer to the board. Thank you, board, by the way, for your patience, Mr. Mayor. But we don't want to close the library. We just are getting, like you said, one person, we have a lot of very intelligent people in this room, I can tell you that right now. A lot of hard workers, thank you. NIPSCO's gone through the roof. Our taxes have gone through the roof. It's scary. Like I said, it's getting harder and harder and harder. My taxes are almost $5,000 a year now. It's getting harder to pay that bill. And I pay it out, I just write a check. So we just are nervous about how much we're spending, and we want to make sure every dime that we do spend goes for a good cause. Now I want to add one more thing. Has that building been abated for asbestos? If not, and we run into asbestos, we're gonna have to shut the library down because according to federal law, I'm a contractor 40 years. Federal law, there won't be anybody breathing that air. They'll have to shut it down, clean every book, and nobody will go in that library for months until that building is completely abated. So unless that's been addressed, once you crack open a wall, and I promise you, 1914, there's asbestos in that building, unless it was abated in 1997. That I do not know. Somebody needs to look into that, asbestos. Because once you crack into walls to fix pipes, you're gonna find asbestos, unless it's been abated. It could be a hazard to everybody in that building, and it's a gorgeous building. It's gorgeous. Nobody wants to say goodbye to that building. But I got a 40-year-old truck, and I'm looking at it going, you know what, I don't know if it's worth $25,000 to put this back in new condition. So sometimes we have to be realistic with every dime we spend, because we can't get it back once it's gone. And if we do open it up and it's asbestos, our price is gonna go up by 1/3, minimum. Thank you very much.
My name's Leslie Jarvis. I live on the north side of Warsaw. I don't oppose the library. I love the library. I've used it since I come back here to live, and I think it's a great institution. So I don't think anybody objects, as you said, to the library itself. Everybody cares for it, everybody loves it. But I do object to where we're at with what is needed to be spent to keep that building going. And my question is, how did we get here? How did we get here? We waited 30 years to update stuff and just let it keep falling apart and falling apart and falling apart. I'm 68 years old, and I can tell you that my father taught me save, 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 and my mother taught me budget, budget, budget. Now, I was in the orthopedic business for 35 years. I learned a lot. I worked with $1 million budgets. I worked with cost-saving projects. So I know where we're at there. But my question is, again, how did we get to this point? We're going to wait another 30 years and do nothing to save or plan or budget for the next 30 years when that hits? Because when it hits, we're not looking at $17 million. We're looking at $200-300 million. Okay? I'm on a fixed income. And I've done okay in my life, but I see things going up and up and up. City of Warsaw knows who I am. And look, I'm retired. I work a part-time job to afford to pay my bills. I have savings, but I have a thing about, I don't wanna touch it. Cause I don't know what's gonna happen, what's gonna go out, just like what's going on here. So my question is, I think that over the last 30 years, while this was all happening, that I'm not picking on any of you guys, and it happens in all the cities. You don't plan, you don't budget for the future. You only budget for what's gonna happen next year. I've seen the budget, looked at it for what Warsaw has for next year. Wow, you know, I'm thinking that's pretty good. But then I look at what expenditures have been put out there by the different divisions of Warsaw, and there's $20 million in a general fund. And I'm going, out of that 41 million, and there's 20 million sitting in a general fund, what's gonna happen to it? Why can't we plan ahead for the next 30 years? We don't have to do what we're doing right now. Fortunately, I'm gonna be dead. But I have family that's gonna be around here, that's gonna be paying those bills then. And the way the economy is going, the way I see, you know, I don't see a lot, nothing against most young people, but a lot of young people don't wanna go out and get the jobs and work for what they want. So they're gonna be mute on tax paying. And who's it gonna go on? The last census, it was Kosciuszko County was 9%, almost 10% poverty, and 24% was 60 years and older. So there you have two groups that average to a third of the county's population that either doesn't make any money or is on a fixed income. I don't see that changing. That's probably just the way of the world. So my question is, going forward, I object to the 22, I know why it's needed, I mean, the 17 million, I object to it, but yeah, I understand why it's needed. But my question to our city government is, what are we gonna do about it next year, the year after, and the year after? So we don't have to do this every time. We got 50 million plus for the the middle school. That's gonna be another bill to the taxpayers. Think ahead. That 50 million, by the time it's all said and done, with the interest and everything paid out over the 20 years, is probably gonna be more like 150 to 200 million that we're gonna have to pay. And this project, at 17 million, is almost gonna double over the next 19 years coming out of our pocket. So, like I said, my complaint, my question to every board in this Warsaw is, why can't we get to that point where we plan and we budget instead of getting slammed all the time with these huge tax bills? Because I can't afford it. I can't. Okay? Thank you.
My name is Lori Voss. I'm terrified to be up here, so bear with me. I am from Whitley County, but until April 30th, when I had to retire, I had put 25 years of service in at the Warsaw Library. I support funding for essential infrastructure needs such as heating, cooling, maintenance, and necessary repairs. However, I do not believe a 17 million expansion or renovation is a responsible use of taxpayer money at this time. During my last few years at the library, I witnessed operational decisions that raised serious concerns about financial priorities and long-term planning. For example, in preparation for a temporary Holocaust exhibit, thousands of books were withdrawn and shelving units were permanently discarded. At the same time, the public is being told additional space is needed. Those two positions are difficult for me to reconcile. I also witnessed reductions in programs and services that once brought strong community engagement, including shortened summer reading programs, cuts for teen programming, reduced reading incentives, and other discontinuations of other events. Additionally, digital services such as Hoopla and Libby have permanently changed the way patrons use the library. Foot traffic has not returned to previous levels, and that reality should be carefully considered before asking residents to fund a major building expansion. From what I observed, many recent decisions appear to reduce in-person engagement rather than increase it. I believe taxpayers deserve a careful and transparent explanation of why a $17 million project is necessary now, especially for a building that underwent major revisions approximately 25 or 30 years ago. Given the scale of this request and the concerns many residents express, I believe an independent financial and operational review would be appropriate before moving forward. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Monica Boyer, and I love the library. I can remember walking into the library as a 5-year-old, and that core memory, I mean, it has a specific smell when you walk in there, and I remember that, and it's a memory that I won't ever forget. I remember trying to get the booklet, and Pizza Hut, and all of those summer programs. I love the library, and I agree with my friends back here that said we don't want to lose the library. You heard a lot of emotion tonight, and when you talk about kids and all of these things, the wonderful things that have been said tonight, there's a lot of emotion there. But I'm asking you, council, to think collectively, and we've heard that word a lot tonight too, collectively, but I'm asking you to think budget-wise. And I'm asking you to go outside the city, and I know there's parameters, I know there's different departments, but for everything we want here, this special project here that we need, we've gotta have it now. There are 5 more projects out there in the county level. I sit and I read Dave's articles and I read Dan's articles. I run a Facebook page. That's all we do. We just read articles of what's happening in our town, what you guys are doing, what the county's doing. Hours and hours are spent. And it's very difficult to look at one little project here. It's a big $17 million project. But we've also got a parking garage coming up. We've got an airport project. We've got a new school system. So for every committee here that we have 5 more committees that will just raise your taxes just a little bit. I already pay $75 every year for a library. Is that going up $42 more? I don't understand how that works. But for every council we have here, there are 5 more committees. And I believe I was not thrilled with the answers that I got about how we are looking at this. Is it 17 million or nothing, or can we get creative? Why aren't we talking about public-private funding? Why aren't we talking about coming together as a community? I didn't know. I've been here 30 years. I didn't know we had a crisis at the library. I know that they said we didn't come, but I didn't know we had a crisis here. And so I think we need to get creative, and I appreciate every one of your questions to them. I was very happy that you acknowledged what I was feeling, because I feel like there's some things that we don't know, and I believe we need to get creative. And I hate to say I oppose this, because I love libraries, I love children. I loved watching our youth come up here and testify tonight, because I know how scary that is, and they did an amazing job. But I'm just asking you to vote this down, and then let's come together as a community and get creative on how we can support this.
Good evening. Thanks everybody and the council for your patience tonight. My kids have been extremely patient tonight as well. 6 of them are in the car watching The Sound of Music. Don't worry, my car's already down once, so hopefully we can get out of here. I'm Katie Fussell. I live on the south side of Warsaw, and this is Iris, probably the youngest one in attendance. She attends the library frequently with my other kids, and we love the library. Like many have said, it's not about not liking the library, being opposed to the library, anything like that. We love the library, but I felt the need to speak tonight, even though I didn't really come here prepared to speak tonight, I felt the need to speak for the other moms who are at home putting their kids to bed, like I should be. I'm speaking for the other taxpayers. I'm speaking for the hardworking people who don't come to meetings like this because they're busy coaching T-ball, they're busy working hard to provide for their families, they're busy volunteering at community events across this amazing community. But they're so busy that we don't notice when things like 17 million here, like Monica was saying, 25 million there, get passed. We notice though, when we get our assessments, we notice when we pay our taxes. And I've noticed by budgeting for our family and running the finances for our family, that my taxes keep going up and up and up and up. And it is stretching us thin. My husband has an amazing job. He's actually in Japan right now because he flies across the world, and it's amazing. It's an amazing opportunity for him. He provides amazingly for us, but we are feeling it. As a mom of 7, we feel every dollar, we feel every increase, and we feel like we are being taxed to death. I think the library, we love the library, like I said, and I feel bad that I'm up here opposing this 17 million for it, but I think it's just one of the things that was the straw that broke the taxpayers' back in continued increases that keep coming and hitting us over and over and over again. And so, as a mom, again, a mom of 7, I think we like to believe that we elected fiscally conservative people in our community, but as I look at my tax receipt and tax assessment year after year, it's not adding up. My taxes continue to increase, and our budget, which we have to do, we have to budget so that we can pay these taxes, because like somebody else said, it's not an option to pay for these taxes. We have to pay for these taxes, and so we budget so that we can pay these taxes every year. And so I think what a lot of parents, moms, taxpayers are hoping for is that these other boards, the library, all of these other places that are asking for just a little bit that increases or that adds up, we're just asking for you guys to also be fiscally conservative, budget, help them be creative in their financing, help them, do whatever it needs to be done. We want the library to succeed. We are here for the library. We love the library. And I would love my kids to take their kids to the library. But honestly, at the projected tax rate that we're at right now, I don't think my kids will even be able to own a home here if it continues to increase the way that it has been. And then another thing that I would add is, again, I have a few kids that are complete bookworms. We try to stay off electronics. I don't like that. Sorry. I don't like that technology has taken over in the way that it has. But if you go into a school in Warsaw Community, all of the kids are what? They're reading iPads. Books have become obsolete in the school system. I would like to go to a school board meeting and say, hey, let's kick those out. Let's go back to the books. Let's go back to the basics. But that's not where we're at. And I don't want to say that the library is becoming obsolete, but I don't know that spending $17 million is going to keep that from happening either. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your consideration.
I'm Lynn Howie, and I live in Winona Lake. And my phone is almost dead, so I can't give you everything I was going to say. But basically, I feel very passionate about libraries. I have gone since I was a little kid to the library. My mom was 96 years old when she died a few years back, and she went until the last probably 2 years. I got a book out probably every week. I love the library. I do not love the increased taxes that are coming. I already pay $192 a year for the library on my taxes. If this cup of coffee or two or whatever goes through, I will then pay an additional $120 in taxes. That's not just a cup of coffee a month. I don't even go and get a cup of coffee a month at Starbucks or wherever. I make my own coffee at home. And if I have to choose between doing that and not, I just don't, because I can't afford it. We had a business for 48 years. Terry always taught his customers, if you can't afford it, let's budget it now. This is what it will cost in a few years. Let's budget it so that in 3 or 4 or 5 years, you have enough money collected and put together, and you can then afford to do what it is that you want. New furnace, new air conditioner, new water heater, whatever. But you budget that, and to come up all of a sudden with $17 million worth of budget is just beyond me as to how we can do that. And why we haven't had some kind of maintenance program to continue maintaining the things that are, the mechanics, the things that are in the library. And that needs, no matter what happens with this, that needs to happen going forward. Because you can't just all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, we forgot to watch our furnace, our air conditioner, our whatever that's in there. We now all of a sudden have to ding you for another $17 or $18 million. It's not fair to the taxpayer, and we're all taxpayers. I truthfully cannot afford this at all. I'm retired, my husband's deceased. I don't know where the next bunch of money's gonna come from. So, there you have it.
Thank you. Dave Watkins here as a taxpayer, not as a councilman, and I want to make sure of that. I'm opposed to it for only 2 reasons. One, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Oswald for, nobody wants to shut down your library. It's a great asset, we love it, no problem. My problem is the timing of it and who's having to pay for it. Right now, the property tax is on the homeowner. The homeowner was getting nailed. You saw in the Time Union not too long ago with 200 different school districts, you're gonna come out and ask for a referendum this year. Senate Bill 1, you've all heard about that. We're all gonna get less money. You as a city, the library's gonna get less money, we're gonna have less money coming in. And the property taxpayer is the one that is having to pay for it. General Assembly is working on that. That's what they tried to do with Senate Bill 1. They took away some of the property tax. They're heading towards income, local income tax, wanting you to take the income tax. And I think they're gonna head that way. There may even be a movement this year to do away with property tax on your homestead. That's the biggest problem the state has, is that part of it. I'm trying to find out what the downside is to waiting for a year or two until the General Assembly figures out what's gonna happen with property tax. All of these programs, you're still gonna be able to handle your 114,000 visits or whatever, you're still gonna be able to have your 3,800. This isn't about the operation, that's not gonna change. The only thing we're talking about is the enhancements to it. And I guess I would ask you to wait for a year or two before you do it. Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Will Stockdale. I live on the north side of Warsaw. I am not in the library's taxing district, so I have no financial incentive in this discussion. I'd like to start with expressing my displeasure that we did not have an opening prayer tonight. Maybe that's just a function of I just wanted to say it's always easier to spend other people's money than to reach into our pocketbooks and do it ourselves. And to echo Craig, voting tonight to say no to this bond is not a cut to the existing library budget. It is just saying no to any additional. This should not be a hostage negotiation where proponents are saying if you don't fund the library, it will go away. That's not going to happen. We don't need to bail out a decade or more of failure to save. Now, admittedly, a lot of that is not the library's fault. They are statutorily restrained in what they're allowed to save and what they're allowed to spend. But at the end of the day, there is one question I have not heard a good answer to, and that's why do we have to do it all at once? You could have come to the council with a much more modest proposal saying, hey, we need to do that $5–10 million. We don't need to go whole hog and get the whole $17 million at once. You could budget capital improvements and repairs as needed, like most of the other taxpayers and businesses of our county. Let's see. As we've heard, the library could save up to $6 million. They have only managed to save $500,000. To me, that's not enough skin in the game. Somebody in this room needs to be here to speak for the taxpayers, and I'm happy to be that guy. $50 to $100 a year annually in addition to the existing library tax will mean a lot of your city of Warsaw residents are paying more for the library than they pay for all of their county services: sheriff, jail, roads, bridges, other essential functions like the court, the prosecutor's office, and all of our county employees. I love the library as much as everybody. My kids use it. I don't think it needs more money than what the entire county's getting on a per taxpayer basis. I also want to ask, what does the future hold for public libraries as an institution? They may be obsolete before this bond is paid off. And if not, it sounds like the library will come back in 30 years to ask for another bond. This current proposal exceeds $600,000 per year in additional funding since the last renovation was done, or if we add in the interest, an additional $1 million per year over and above their $4 million operating budget. Again, I have no financial interest in how you vote tonight, but I would ask that you think about how your decision impacts the bottom line for taxpayers who are really struggling to get by.
Good evening. My name is Steve Long. I live south of town, Subwood subdivision. You want to come see me? Not hard to find. My dad, most of you probably know Bob Long, police officer here for 30-some years. My other dad, you probably all know Jerry Patterson. He was actually part of the city council when y'all did the renovation 30 years ago. Both those men taught me, like so many people have already said tonight, save, 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 budget, budget, budget. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a teacher. I'm here as a disabled veteran. I'm on a fixed income. You know, I struggle. So to hear that the library wants $17 million, you know, I love the library. Last time I was there to use it was 2006. But I love the library. They have some great people that work there. They actually supported some causes that we had for the local rugby foundation. So great people. Don't have anything against them. I'm kind of confused about the numbers. It says 17 million, but then there's that little part called interest down there that says another 11 million. So is it really 29 million? And then, like so many people have already said, what's going to come next year? Are we going to have to pay for a parking garage? What school project am I going to come up with next? You know, when this is paid for, are my taxes going to go back down? Because they never have. Because usually once the government gets money, they don't ever give any of it back. So, I mean, are these questions anybody else has, or, you know, I'm just curious, you know, where's it end? You know, we as Americans, if you take all the taxes that we pay, we work until basically August 1st before we actually see any of our own money. You know, you guys, and I'm sorry that people at the library, maybe the can got kicked down the road, you know, and we should have taken care of some things a lot sooner. You know, I came in here tonight, I wasn't yes or no. You know, I had a lot of questions. A lot of them have been answered, and I really appreciate this forum. It was great. This is how our country's supposed to work. But my problem is, like so many other people have said, you know, you can save $6 million. You came in here with, you know, 500,000. That's great. That tells me that there's gross mismanagement somewhere. I can't say any other way. You come in here with $500,000, I might be like, hey, you know what? You got skin in the game. But you're coming here with nothing, you know, and you raise my taxes, okay, maybe I can, you know, but, you know, 11,000 people that went to the library last year probably, I don't know, are from a lower economic class, because almost every single one of us carries a library in our hand every single day, your smartphone. You have all the information in the entire world to touch your fingers. So the people that use the library, probably, I'm not judging anybody, but probably from a lower economic class, if you raise taxes on us, they probably don't own their home, so you're gonna raise their rent, which they probably can't afford. You know, so maybe don't say no. How about say, not right now? How about, hey, you know what? No, come back in 2 years when you've fixed your financial situation. Maybe come back with or $5 million, and then we'll talk. Yeah, it might cost more later, but you know, at least then they can say, or we can say, hey, they did their due diligence, they tried to come up, they tried to have skin in the game. Okay, we'll talk. And maybe by then, like Mr. Wilkins said, the property tax thing will be figured out. Maybe we will or will not know for sure whether we're gonna pay for a parking garage. Maybe the school system will be nice and decide they don't need to upgrade something else and redo the football field, whatever, you know. So, no, come back in a couple of years and we'll talk. Thank you.
Oh man, they don't did the same thing to me.
Well, first and foremost, I'm Kyle Tom. Thank you for letting us have this open forum. And really appreciate everybody being here tonight, whether you're for or against it. This all matters. Everybody's voice matters. So that's what's main. Main thing is going on. We want to make sure that everybody's tax dollars are being spent positively for a good cause. Library is a great cause. I think it's a huge asset to Warsaw community. The 17 million, it's a huge ask. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. A lot of people have already said what I was gonna say, but there's a few things that they left out. We don't know exactly how many people of those 114,777 people walk through the doors of Warsaw Community Library per day. Because they have counters, but those people may come in, go out and get lunch, come back in, they're coming twice. So, is it 100 people? Is it 150 people? Is it 200 people per day? We don't know. And I can't get a good answer out of anybody that has any knowledge on it. Your operating budget's $4.2 million. You're open 294 days a year. That's 6 days a week minus holidays. Sometimes you're taking 2 days for holidays, which is great, deserving. That equates to $14,285.71 per day is what you're spending of our taxpayer money. Does anybody else have a budget like that? $14,000 a day? Zimmer, yeah, absolutely. 100 people a day go through there. I'm just spitballing some numbers out here. 100 people per day. Taxpayers are paying $142 per person to walk through that door. 150 people per day. That's $95 per person per day to walk in and out of it. 200 people a day, it comes down to $71. You're getting a library card for $104 right now. There you go. So how many people are actually paying that $104? How many people is that? Is it, you say 15,000 people have cards. That's absolutely great. I think we need more people with cards. But when you've got a limited amount of people that are actually paying into it, and you're dealing with taxpayers that are wanting, that you are money, our money, when we're already stretched so thin between 9% inflation for the past 4 years, but it's come down. And now we've got higher gas prices. Now we have NIPSCO doubling our gas and electric bills. So everything for us is getting higher. I heard a lady earlier going, I love the library, it's free to go to. It's not free to go to. It's the furthest thing from free. It's very, very expensive to operate a library. I mean, for instance, $14,285.71 per day is what we're spending. So, I mean, just the salaries alone, last year, $1,418,167, and that's not including benefits that the librarians are getting. The highest is $110,000, lowest is $2,248, and that's for public record. My question is, what happens if the county, or excuse me, city council does not approve this bond? What's your next solution? I hate saying this, because I love the library, I think it's essential, like I said. But 30 years ago, there was so much more foot traffic going through that library. Probably 3 to 4 times as much. Reason being, these things. AI, Google, whatever it is. Where are we gonna be in 30 years with the library? Is it going to be an essential need in the community? I've heard a lot of people say, I live here because of the library. Warsaw has a lot of attractions. The lakes, the streams, colleges, downtown, all the events. I just got done with Fat Skinny Bike Fest. That was great. We had car shows downtown. Library, yeah, it's an attraction to some people. Not all taxpayers feel that same way. And I hate saying that. I'm gonna say this with a grain of salt. You know, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's what you should be asking from us, your taxpayers. Give us a little bit. 17 million is just an outrageous number, which it's not $17 million that we're paying on. We're paying on 29 million, but everybody wants to focus on 17 million. You don't need a big, luxurious, taxpayer-funded library. You need a functional library. I heard one woman say that she liked it because she could go there and read a book and not be worried about having her kids on their devices. Well, if you go to the library, you can get X games, or Xbox games, you can get electronics there. So that's right in your brain if you actually listen to that woman. But my main concern is, you know, just be transparent with everybody. Let the taxpayer know what you actually need and what things you actually want. Bottom line is, Warsaw Community Library is a community asset. The basic functionality and access matters, but $17 million plus interest for renovation of this scale represents a significant long-term commitment that deserves rigorous skepticism. Taxpayers should demand proof that this is the most cost-effective way to maintain services, not expansive vision funded on their dime, while others' needs complete with household budgets remain stained. Everybody's got a tighter budget nowadays. Everybody in this room, whether you own a home, whether you rent. We all need to be concerned about that. I have rental homes. 32% of my rental income goes right to taxes. That's not insurance. That's not upkeep. That's not my mortgage. And that's not putting hardly anything in my pocket. But I sacrificed long hours, long days, time away from my family that I'll never get back. For what? People that want more things for free. The government doesn't have any money. Taxpayers have the money to give to government. That's the only way they get money. So unless you give it to them, they've got nothing. And the only way we can fund them and have our streets and our police department and our libraries is to provide them with taxes. I've got no problem with taxes. I do have a problem with high taxes. But I appreciate everybody's time tonight. Here, we've been here for almost 4 hours. You guys have been troopers. These people up here have been amazing. And I thank everybody for their time.
I am not a public speaker, and I really didn't want to come up here. But I just wanted to reiterate, I agree with Kyle, and I agree with a lot of these people. I love the library. I don't use it as much as I did because of internet and the technology we have. But I also am a taxpayer, and I see, like everybody else, there's a garage being planned, there's airport talk, there's now the library, all of a sudden 17 million? When I budget at home, when we see we have problems, we budget to prepare for that. When we owned a business, I didn't make the salary that some of these people make working at the library. We owned our own business. I didn't take that pay because we wanted to keep prices, reasonable for our customers. So, and like Lynn Howie, our business was new plumbing and heating, and I grew up in a business family, and we had to save. I saved money to do whatever we wanted to do. My husband worked hard as a child, even as a teenager. He was mowing lawns and delivering papers, cleaning toilets, just so he could earn something to buy a bicycle. He had to buy his own shoes. He could only get one pair of shoes a year. So he earned everything he got. And that's the same, I think that's what bothers me, is that I see all these, I did a research, and librarians, on average, at the highest, at 90% usage, get $92,000 a year, maybe at tops. And the average is $68,000 a year. I saw on some paper where they make over $100,000, some of them. So, I mean, where can we cut back and have this money available for future needs? And like the $6 million that they can have, and they only have $500,000, where did it go? Is it all on benefits and salaries, or is it somewhere else? Is it for taking care of the property? Those are my questions, and that's what I had after reading everything in the paper. I don't mind getting things fixed. And we had a service business in AC and plumbing, and I know others have, repaired things as things break. You don't wait till everything goes bad. But I understand it's a public facility, it's government run, but I understand that there is still budgeting. I mean, in a business you budget, and it's a business in a different sense. I do not regret having the library. I think it's a beautiful building. I do think it needs maintained. I just think it needs to be systematic, and I don't know what's gonna be planned in the future. So I'd like to know how you all think it could be prevented from getting this bad all at once. $1 million here, $1 million there. And I do think we get taxed a lot. Our property taxes have gone up a lot. Of course, we live on the lake, and I expect it to be, but I was told that the assessed value depends on the homes in your area. And I haven't added on to our house. We haven't done anything since 2016, and our taxes have just continued to go up. Right now, we can afford it, but as being retired, I see that, our income is limited. Social Security, I'm gonna pay that. And so, thankfully, we have a nest egg, but it's not gonna be there forever. So we have to make plans based on the taxes, and we never know what we're gonna get hit with. So I'd just like you to take into consideration that, I'd just like to see some other alternatives to this. I think it does need help and attention so that it can remain, but can we cut some areas and do what's necessary now, and then plan for the major things, the other things as needed? So thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
So just a reminder before we move on, we've been doing a really good job tonight stating our names and where we live, but we know it's getting a little bit late, but keep stating your names and where you live.
It's all these things.
Hi, I'm Joe Pachkowski. I live in Warsaw. So I didn't want to come up here and talk. You see, I'm all the way at the end, but there were a couple of points that haven't been made, so now I feel compelled. So number one, I know there's not a person in Warsaw that wants to have the Warsaw Library affected. We all know that. I also know that these are good people, that it takes courage to come up here and run and be a leader of this community. I'm sure not one of them is happy about the position they're in tonight. So it's a no-win for them. So we need to be kind and be understanding that they took this role to help us, and to me it's like they're our parents. When you're a child and you want a better car, or you want the most expensive prom dress, or whatever it is, somebody has to sit back and say, We can't afford everything. The car needs to be replaced, so, we have to understand, I sympathize with all of you, and I know you don't want to, disappoint any of us. You have to, but, having said that, I also want to say, I think for me, my perspective is, there's so much going on in this, in Warsaw, and I have my little list, I'm gonna try and remember what that, can I put my glasses on? For Warsaw, and I'm sure all your intentions were well-meaning, I have no doubt about that. I think you want the community to grow, be a community where other people wanna come back, I want my kids to come back, you know, we all want things. But, I have to say, right now, just thinking, and I could be wrong about this stuff, because I don't go to all the meetings, but, right now, we're thinking about that Festival Street downtown would include a new park. We're thinking about the garage. We're thinking about, I don't know what the situation is on the Marshall property. Do we still own it? Are we still paying maintenance fees on it that's coming out of taxpayer money? Does the city still own the property on South Buffalo with that whole Mr. Matthews thing? Hobby Lobby, we gave money to them. We're doing something for Warsaw Chemical. I don't know enough about it, but I just know that we're still paying bills on that. Do we own the Kroger property? Did we sell it? Are we getting return on investment on some of these properties that we own now? Which I believe they did with the best of intentions to control what happens to our city. And what's the other one I have here? My hands are shaky because I didn't mean to talk. But anyway, when we're paying people, somebody for the tech park building. So they're worried about growth. We're worried about taxes and what we want. So my thing tonight is, we all want, and they're all good things, I think. But is there a place that we change our priorities? It's about choices. So maybe, I don't know, the library's not gonna go away. But anyway, do we go that direction and then we give up the city street? Do we go this way and we forget about the garage? There are things we can do. There's alternatives here. Think out of the box, but, I just want you all to know we all appreciate them. Even if we don't agree with them tonight, you were mad at your parents sometimes, and that's how you have to look at this. Go home and pout and be mad, but they have the best.
Hello, everyone. I'm Diana Heckman, and I live in Wayne Township, which is Warsaw, Indiana. And I do have some concerns about our taxes. I love the library, and that's not even what it's about. I would like to see us maybe work out a different type of a budget where it could just be where we need to fix the water things to keep the library open. We need to do the elevators, I guess one or two of them, I'm not sure if they're both need to be fixed at this time, to make the access for the young people and stuff and the elderly to come in. I'm all for that, but the 17 million, I think, is like way, way out of hand for that amount of money. And like our property taxes, mine for my library right now, because I have my tax thing right here, is already gone up for next year. I have that too, but I pay $106.72 for the library, and that's in my taxes because I'm in Wayne Township. So, and we're going to be going up $123.58, but we're going to go up even more because we got another thing saying that they're going to raise our taxes again. So that being said, with them, they do a lot of good things at the library, and there are some other places too that if the elderly people and people who have limited mobility, we have like the Y, we have the Kosciuszko Community Senior Center, which I'm involved in a lot with a lot of the seniors and stuff. There are things that are free. There's more than that in our township, or in Kosciuszko County, and we have a wonderful county that we live in, and there is a lot to offer here. So I'm just a little bit concerned for other people too, because we are on a budget ourselves. We both, my husband is 72, I'm almost 70, I'm not gonna say my exact age, but, and it's getting harder and harder, for our taxes. We bought our home this is our only home we ever bought. We bought it, you're gonna think $45,000, okay? Right now, my assessments on it, which we've never added onto this house, is now $281,600. We haven't added anything onto it. And it's just like, our taxes just keep, you know, we're about $2,000 a year for taxes. So, and I'm assuming that's gonna go up even more. So, and it is getting harder, you know, with the prices of gas and everything. And I do live far out and I don't utilize the library. I have in the past, but I don't utilize it. But I think it's a good thing because people do need it. And I'm like, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Appreciate everybody's efforts and patience. This is the way it should work, and I appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against or share reservations, concerns? Okay, at this time. Sign in?
He said go first and sign in, so we can get you on your way. Don't worry, I will be short. All right, I'm Christine Philmany. My husband owns rental properties in town. Just a reminder, I think people forget how taxes work. We as landlords can only absorb so many taxes and then rental rates have to go up. And so we own a duplex in Wayne Township. We pay over $4,000 a year just in property taxes. We'd love to be able to offer affordable housing, but at some point we'll be priced out. When you price out landlords, the supply goes down, prices are gonna go up. We're pricing people right out of the market for rental properties. Hate to do it, but at some point we can't sustain it.
Ask again, would anybody else like to speak, sharing concerns or against the resolution? At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your participation and assistance to help us see and learn more about your thoughts and feelings about this resolution. Baker, none. Okay, I will entertain a motion for a recess of 5 or 10 minutes, but it must come from the floor. There's a motion for a 5-minute break. Is there a second? Any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. I would ask again, no debate, discussion out of respect for you and for the council while we take a short 5-minute break. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Okay, well, it's up to you about anything else. I have, you gotta go outside. Go on, walk over. Hurt myself.
I wanted to get with Dan, but Casey even posted, so I was like, all right, we'll do it. I needed to help with the tech issue anyway, so I knew it was just hard first. I was gonna avoid this meeting at all costs. It'll be very, my memo was pretty long. I'm not on tape.
I did, I squeezed a little bit in. I'm glad I did too. I'd have been up there.
Didn't get anything out of it.
Yeah. the assessor.
What's your take on that?
Are those reading glasses? I have reading glasses. I just got reading glasses like not even a year ago. And it took me a while to transition. My dear, you did a beautiful job. You did a beautiful job. My job was to
Library did a good job getting their reading times.
Nice. Well, that's perfect timing. Is there a difference in the flavor of the large ones and the small ones?
You know why? Well, when they get you got back to us today? I think
Out of 15, I would like to have more Jewish Christian. That's how the
Where's our diversity?
I was going to say, some of the behaviors
Just be on the video.
Yeah, but at least I was during intermission.
Until they back up in the wall.
Are you warm? Take it off. Okay, we need to look good. No, okay. Take it off.
They didn't have to back then. Federal government.
Take it off. Let's have some fun. 10:30. Let's go.
I like your marsh height there, I say, but it's just one level. I bet you if you need up, I bet you $5 million, you can do more nice to do. You're gonna have answers to that. Yeah, I really respect your father. I've read about some of the things that he's done. He's a real stand-up guy. It's like Bob Conley. Don't say that. No, Mike Conley. Okay, there we go. Dennis, that would go over. Gentlemen.
City Hall is where that's why we don't even well. But I have a picture press.
You remember that bowl? Yeah, you got a little lesson. Yeah, that's funny. It did look like it too. Like, I'm glad they didn't ask me. I said, I won't even, I was so hard to tell how much I got fucking help. It was a mistake. They should taxes for a couple of years.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We continue before our break. We close the public hearing. It is now Warsaw Community Public Library's opportunity to offer final comments and response, or responses to some of the questions that was presented or were presented by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn it over at first to our architect, Aaron Jennings, to address some of the more technical questions.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time tonight, everybody. Incredible amount of patience and support and just persistence. So thank you. If there's anything that you may learn about me specifically, it's that I oftentimes will welcome questions and dialogue and getting to know you specifically along the way. So this process is a little bit unique and uncomfortable to not be able to have the opportunity to develop that trusted dialogue and rapport with you. You are right, you do not need a large and luxurious library building, but this community does need a safe one. We are here for the library. All of the other projects that were spoke about previously that are currently underway or that are in the planning purview are out of our control, and we can't speak to that tonight, but we can on behalf of the library. Don't underestimate the option of the library building having to go away, or that it's just always going to be available to us, because that's what we're fighting for right now. According to the American Library Association, 40% of library buildings have not undergone a major renovation in the past 20 years. We really encourage you to lean into the data reports that have been provided by WCPL, that have been validated by third parties, that address the statistics, the use, the growth, etc. We understand that paying taxes is cumbersome and somewhat burdensome. I am a taxpayer as well, but it's through our taxes that we have the amenities, the systems, the benefits that are offered to us as entitled community members, and it's one of the best things about this country that we get to live in. So I'm gonna turn the table a little bit from what is a very emotional conversation and really focus on the facts over the feelings. I've categorized our response into 3 critical areas that touch on the debt cycle, our due diligence, and the concerns centered around the cost. The first is the debt cycle. So there have been a couple of comments and several questions about why the library has not engaged in a project since their last building project, and why they may have entered into an early payoff. These are questions that the library can specifically answer, but as a library architect who works with hundreds of libraries around the region, our libraries are very fiscally responsible with their debt service and oftentimes will pay off the debt early. We also work with a number of public libraries who hold on to their debt cycles in a very strategic way so that they don't have to engage in activities like this on a regular basis. Funding for public libraries and for your schools are tied to the decisions that the state makes. So a lot of the conversations that we're having today are because of our state legislators, and I would really encourage you to reach out to them for your discontentment and any kind of feedback that you would offer in how the funding system is currently in play. That moves us on to due diligence. There were several questions around the optics of 17 million, why is it costing 17 million, and we don't need to pay 17 million. Please understand that the infrastructure improvement requirements that have been recommended and assessed by not only my team, but by a previous architecture team and a third-party construction reviewer are all based on current code requirements and the life safety needs of the library. In doing so and improving the major systems and infrastructure of the library, we have to access components of the building that require removal, demolition, and put back. And as a result of those general trades, drywall, ceilings, floors, etc., all of that work has a cost tied to it. It is not aesthetic, it is not cosmetic. It is required in order for us to get into the piping, the ductwork, the electrical, and the fire suppression. Keeping the core function, which maybe you don't know what this means, but so the plumbing, the main plumbing core in the building, which includes the restrooms, it also houses the elevator core. All of that is intended to stay. There was no recommendation on moving that. That actually ends up being one of the most expensive, if not most expensive, interior architecture element of the project. So that is all maintained and kept as existing. That doesn't mean that the elevator cab itself won't be improved, but the infrastructure around the core will be maintained. There was a question earlier about the research or potential feasibility assessment regarding the Marsh Building. Great question. We did engage in a feasibility study on the Marsh Building last summer in 2025. We did find that essentially the Marsh Building site is on a significant amount of unsuitable soils. In our assessment, and we worked with 2 other third-party assessors on that team as well, that building project to make it a functional, safe, and operable public library was near $50 million. So please just know that that's the cost difference that we're looking at when the Marsh Building recommendation is circulating in your conversations. Additionally, there were questions around the asbestos, and nothing came up about lead, but I do want to touch on environmental hazard reports. We did assess the environmental hazard conditions of the library, including the Carnegie portion of the library. All of the library has been abated in the last building project. Anything that was potentially not abated has been since contained and would remain contained as part of this renovation project. So due diligence there as well. We can provide you any of this. By the way, this is all public information and has been publicly documented. And then the third is cost. So clearly there's a lot of misunderstanding from the general public, and this community is no different. This is an ongoing conversation we're having in all of our communities on understanding how public institutions are funded from an operating versus capital improvement standpoint. Our law dictates, I'm going to put it in layman's terms, but our law dictates that the public institutions, libraries included, have 2 different buckets of funding mechanism. One is for their operational structure and one is for capital improvements, which include their built environment. They can't interchange those 2 things. So I think that there is a misconception about, well, we can, and you can pull all of their financials, it's all public information, but they can't tap into one bucket to pay for the other. As Heather mentioned earlier, 10% of their operating can go into rainy day. They're doing the best they can with what they're trying to respond to, but just for clarity on the 2 buckets of funding. So I want to just touch on a couple of closing comments around the library providing services without the 17 million. I think You know, obviously, if we realize that there is not a building, then there are no services, so we want to make sure that we're doing what we can to protect that. The issue here at hand with the overall project cost is that this is a compounded issue. So when we talk about infrastructure, we have to conform to non-code compliance issues when we touch certain parts of the building. So even if we're doing a systems infrastructure improvement project only, we can say we're gonna go in, we're only gonna do the mechanical portion of the project. It's still gonna require us to open up the ceilings and walls. In addition, by the code, if we touch a certain square footage of the building, we are required to bring the building up to code in today's code compliance. So that was all factored into the 17 million number. There are many things in and around. We just touched on it on a high level. Again, I can provide you with a full schematic design report that lists and describes everything from a code compliance standpoint. The question earlier about not knowing if we need a building management system or if we can get away with not having an operable one. Oftentimes the BMS system is tied to the fire alarm. If the library doesn't have an operable fire alarm, they're not in compliance, and that is grounds to close the building. So we would just keep that in mind. How did we get here? What happened over the last 30 years? Why didn't we plan for this? Well, this is no disrespect to this council or Mr. Mayor, but oftentimes politics are at play. And a lot of it has to do with exactly why we're sitting in this room right now. And our disbursement on funding and bonding decisions are tied to our legal counsels, and they're tied to laws, and they're tied to legislation. And so this is not a library issue. This is actually a very complicated issue, and this is why we revisit these conversations over and over again. This council and this library can do as much as they can in trying to pre-plan for the next 30 years, but your demographics change. Your community shifts and evolves, and I hope that it would. Everyone would hope that it would. Those are really hard things to have crystal ball to future forecast. There are experts out there, really fantastic demographers, by the way, that can pretty much try to forecast what's gonna happen in the next 30 to 50 years. But again, we're kind of throwing a dart in the dark. All we can do is make the best decisions today with the information we have right now. Additionally, the proposal for the 17 million does not include any new FF&E or shelving. I wanted to bring this up because I think that there, again, is a misconception that we're doing a highly aesthetic or cosmetic project. We don't have it, it's not in the budget to provide new furniture to the library. There's no new shelving, no new canopies, no new end panels, no new shelving. So it's all proposed that all of that is reused. There is some space reconfiguration. Predominantly, the space reconfiguration, though, was to actually reduce the staff area square footage to reallocate it to the public space, because there's a recognition that we need more study and meeting spaces. So that there was an opportunity to do that within the infrastructure work that we were trying to plan for. We're estimating a total project cost per square foot just around $365 a square foot. Please know that the hard construction cost is just under $270 a square foot, compared to our regional comparison of our data, the data that we pulled of our public libraries, which right now is ranging between $450 to $550 a square foot for a renovation of this scale. I'm only talking about a mechanical renovation of this scale. So we can say again that the 17 million is a lot of money, and I think it is a lot of money, but please know in retrospect to what we're seeing currently being performed in today's market, those are the comparative numbers. If the library can remain open and this resolution approval fails tonight, let's say that they plan it for it in the next 2 years. At the average rate of escalation, which is currently 8%, you're looking at a $36 million to $40 million building project for the library in 2 years. So it's not 17 million in 2 years, it's not 17 million in 5 years. In the next 2 years, it will be between 36 to $40 million. Once you touch the building, and I mentioned this earlier, you're required to bring it up to code, so that's what flags our entrances and accessibility requirements. So I know Heather has other things to say, but in closing, I just want to share with you, having a reading disability myself, it's a bit ironic that I fell into library architecture. I'm not a resident of Warsaw, but I am a childless homeowner that does pay taxes in a community who believes in the investment of education and literacy development for a better and brighter future, and together our legacy depends on it. Thank you.
So very well said. I was so touched tonight by everything that I heard. Your stories, your personal experiences from both perspectives, from all sides. Thank you for sharing that. Your concerns are real. As you've heard, people who are for this project, their taxes will be impacted. They don't want to see that happen, but the greater benefit is there, and they see that greater good. I just want to address a few more things from tonight. So, a couple of the questions about budgeting. We do budget, we do have a maintenance plan. Actually, I dug out a document that Jim made for me, kind of going back through previous years and documenting just some of the major upgrades that we've done. For the elevator, the main elevator, 2017, new door circuit board. 2017, new door interlocks. The Lula, elevator replacement, full replacement in 2018. 2021, main elevator, new door operator. 2024, main elevator, oil replacement. None of these are cheap options. For HVAC, 2009, building management system processor upgrade. 2011, chiller, compressor replacement. 2015, chiller, install oil return line and filter, replace condenser fan motors, blades. 2016, control panel replacement. 2016 again, temperature control replacement. 2020, replace compressor valve. 2021, evaporator flush. 2021, warranty replacement compressor. 2022, oh my gosh, replacing building thermostats. And finally, in 2024, replacement generator. So we are doing things, and I hope that helps explain where some of that funding is going. When people talk about waiting for 2 years and the library putting more skin in the game, I think Chris Merrill, our board president, did an amazing job of speaking to the fact that we have hit a lot of roadblocks. An excellent account of why we're here: tax caps, COVID, getting hit by different big repairs constantly. We've also done an excellent job of maintaining and keeping this place running, that equipment running, 10 years past its lifespan. 10 years. Jim is not here to hear that praise. Jim has done a phenomenal job, and we probably wouldn't be here today without his work. He actually had to step out because we had a leak at the library. I don't know the extent to what that is. It could be minor, but enough that he left. If we were, and I don't even know if I just said this, so bear with me here, it's really late. If we were to save for 2 more years, being able to save 10% of our operating, we would maybe be able to put another $800,000 away. That is our limitation as a public library. Someone spoke about salaries and benefits. Again, 60% is low for an average of what a nonprofit would typically have for salaries and benefits for personnel. That personnel are hardworking staff members doing the things that you heard Erica speak about, giving social service work that we're not trained for, but we have to learn on the fly. That is also taxpayers, paying taxes, adding back to the economic impact of this community. The timing is really unfortunate. We hear the pain, we hear the frustrations, but this is where we find ourselves. Waiting equals higher costs, and operations require safe, functioning buildings. There was some talk about our library is going to be obsolete in 2 years. Absolutely not. You heard a long list of people saying how they currently use this library, and we have people here tonight who never set foot in this library but utilize our digital services at home to save on subscriptions, who utilize the library for mental health reasons, for social reasons. There was talk about our statistics going down, and I had just shared on the screen, we have to report our statistics to the Indiana State Library, and our statistics have gone up. I don't have my clicker to click back all through those, but you guys have seen my presentations the past 2 years, and you've seen our statistics rising year after year. And I guess to end, we had multiple engineering firms engaged to verify these numbers. And I know, again, it is an enormous building, over 40,000 square feet, commercial grade equipment. We are serving thousands of people per month. We had feasibility studies done with engineers, schematic designs done, independent verifications confirming our building needs. As Aaron said, this is not cosmetic. This is to keep us functioning. Would we love to have more in our rainy day fund? Absolutely. Unfortunately, that's not where we are right now. I think Aaron spoke very well to cost-effective programming, or the cost-effectiveness of this project. Yeah, I think I will end it there. There's probably a million more things I can say, but they've been said. Thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it. We enjoy serving you. We would love to continue to serve you even more. We need to be able to do that safely. Thank you for your time tonight.
At this point in time, I'll turn my direction to the Common Council. And we've had our public hearing after the presentation, original presentation from the library. We've now heard the final comments. I'm asking the council for direction on this resolution.
Do we still have an opportunity to ask a question?
Yes, okay, so, I will remind everybody, now that I've turned to the council, that the ball is in their court. If a council member would like to ask the petitioner a question, or you have a concern during this time, you may do so. But I'll remind the public again, that the public portion of this meeting is now closed. And so you have to appreciate that, not like it, but respect it, the way representative government works. And as mayor, I'm telling you, 6 terms I sat over here, countless meetings. I've told people energizing, privilege, and I've learned a lot. Tonight confirms I love this community. We can wrestle, we can go through stuff. It's serious, it's the library, and work through our issues. I thank you for that. Back to Diane. Yes, if you do have questions here, I will allow you to direct toward the library leadership. Thank you.
I have a question. Can you find your clicker?
I might be able to.
Can you go back to the slide that shows what the library, who the library serves? Like it had it in red and then.
Heather, you don't have your clicker?
I got it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, that one right there. So I want to make sure that I have this clear, and it might be a question for you. But as I understand it, there were a lot of talks about a lot of other things that had absolutely nothing to do with the library project tonight. The people that would actually be paying an increase in taxes would be the homeowners that live in the red section, and nobody else, right? Nobody else in the county, just the people in the red section who actually own a home or property, correct? I just want to make sure that was correct. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Proceed to the comments.
Can we ask anyone in the audience a question?
No.
No.
Okay.
That's a good question. You may direct to the petitioner, but it's now in your hands as a board. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, so if there's no other questions of the library board,
we'll go to a comment section, which I'll lead off with mine. I really struggled with whether or not to even bring this up tonight, but you deserve to know where I stand and why. But this has been one of the most difficult and complex issues this council has faced. The library is not a city-owned facility, and its funding does not come from the city of Warsaw taxes. That distinction makes this request different from most projects we consider, and it required me carefully to weigh both the immediate concerns and the long-term impact on our community. At the heart of my decision was one fundamental question. Do we want our library to continue serving this community for generations to come, or are we willing to risk losing it? I believe the library is currently in a vulnerable position. In my view, one or two major infrastructure failures could force it to close its doors. We've already had a couple of them listed that's going to eat up the rainy day fund right now. I would imagine what they're doing is waiting to see which shoe drops first so they know what to fund. At least if I was on board, that's probably what I'd be doing. I believe the library is currently in this vulnerable position. And while future legislation or other changes might eventually bring relief, I believe the risk of serious failure is far greater than the chance of outside rescue. I also had to confront a bigger question. In a world of instant information, technology, and artificial intelligence, has the library outlived its purpose? This is an issue I suspect will be heavily debated over the next 15, 20 years. Libraries have also always been free and open repositories of knowledge accessible to everyone. That core mission still matters even as the world changes. The library has worked hard to stay relevant, and I do not believe we have reached the point where we can safely declare it unnecessary. Its role will continue to evolve, but it still has an important place in our community. On this point, I found broad agreement across our community. Nearly everyone I've spoken to, everyone tonight, supports the necessary mechanical repairs and infrastructure improvements. I didn't hear anybody say no to any of that. The concerns I hear are not about saving the library itself, but about making sure the project focuses on real needs rather than excess. On that fundamental point, I believe we are aligned. We on this council have studied the construction numbers in great detail, probably more than any previous council project. Inflation and post-COVID costs have driven prices higher everywhere. The majority of this project addresses critical infrastructure, safety, and usability. Aesthetics make up only a very small portion of the total cost. Even the most minimal approach would still require restoring areas disrupted by the work. We faced a similar situation with the Parks Department building, and further cost cuts would have forced us to compromise our own building standards, something we couldn't do. This project presents some of the same reality. Another major factor in my decision was Senate Bill 1. We talked about that quite a bit. We're going to be talking about it a lot more. We know it will tighten the city's budget, reducing our ability to maintain staffing levels, and likely force reductions in services in the years ahead. I had to ask myself whether approving or denying the library bond would meaningfully change the city's financial challenges. And after reviewing the issue, I don't believe it would. The issues are gonna be so huge that that's what really scares me. The library's bonds stands on its own financially, and the extreme pressures created by SB 1 will remain regardless of how we vote tonight. For the average homeowner, the estimated cost of this bond would amount to approximately $5 a month. I understand that inflation has placed real strain on families. At the same time, I also believe our local economy continues to grow in ways that will help us make the cost manageable. Call me an optimist. To those who say, I don't use the library, I respectfully respond. Not everyone uses our parks. Not everyone uses the airport, the senior center, or the youth sports facilities either. Yet these services strengthen the entire community we all share. A strong library helps attract families, businesses, and new residents. Even if you never walk through its doors, you benefit from living in a better educated, healthier, and more desirable community. I'd also like to address something that has troubled me greatly over the last couple weeks. It saddens me that this discussion has sometimes turned into personal attacks on the library staff, or simply carrying out their legal responsibilities. You can say what you will about whether or not they've done a great or good or not so good job, but they're doing what they can. This important issue deserves to be debated on its merits, not on personalities. Reasonable people can disagree on costs and priorities, but we should keep the conversation focused on facts, not personalities. And now I'd like to say something to the library board. If this bond passes tonight and you're given authority to spend up to $17 million, I strongly encourage and challenge you to search for every reasonable opportunity to reduce costs throughout the project. I see many opportunities to do this within the safe costs. This vote, if approved, should be viewed as a ceiling, not a target. I urge you to where you find savings, that you return them rather than expand the project with additions never discussed with the public. I've seen that happen. I've seen projects where savings were redirected towards enhancements instead of responsible stewardship. I caution you to strongly against that path. If the community senses that money has been spent on non-essentials, you will risk losing public trust and the confidence of those on this council to vote for it. And once lost, it's very hard to gain. Be transparent, be diligent, and be stewards of the public's resources. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
I'd like to say something. You came to us initially with a high price tag, and we said, cut out the fluff. We don't wanna hear about what you want, we wanna hear about what you absolutely need. Then you came back to us with another high price tag, and we said, you still need 17 million, prove it. And so you did. You brought in all the resources that we needed, and we asked some really hard questions. I sat in those meetings, and we took you to task. We asked you some tough things, and I think like Jack said, we're trusting. We have no control over what your board does. You had to come to us because you can't raise taxes, and only the taxing unit where the library is located can do that. And so a lot of the things that the people are concerned about are out of our investment moving to have a regular maintenance plan, to take care of things, to take care of business, to make sure. And I'm not accusing you of not having tried to do that in the past. But if you're gonna get new stuff, then we have to take care of it so it will last for as long as possible. You've shown that you can do that by some of the length of time that you've been able to nurture some of these equipment things through. And I would just expect that you would keep that up as we put that trust in you tonight, if the vote goes favorably to do that. The other thing I would say to everyone here is they had all kinds of hearings about this and nobody showed up this fall. If you have a comment now on how the design looks or what's gonna happen, or you have some suggestions, they still have another chance to have input in what's going on. Show up. Because it often happens with us that people only criticize after a decision is made. And we hear, oh, I didn't know anything about this. Well, it's been talked about for the last 8 years. It's been talked about in public meetings before the city council for more than the last calendar year. It's been advertised, there've been public hearings. And so this is the time, if you care about what's happening and how that money is spent, that you show up. You will probably see some of us at some of those sessions, and not to be intimidating, but if we put our trust in you, then we want to make sure that it's well placed, because we don't take using public funds lightly. We don't take raising taxes lightly. And it's difficult for me to separate the emotional from the practical, because I use the library all the time. You guys know that. You see me there all the time. And I'm there all the time because I like to read and I belong to a couple of book clubs, and I don't want to buy every book at $25, $30, $40 a book that they read. But I want to be informed. I want to be exposed to ideas that I might not otherwise be exposed to. I want to learn new things. I want to continue to learn as long as I can. And the library provides me with that ability. And I use the online services as well. And I've had to order books for me. And all of those things have been very valuable in my life. And they've been very valuable in my children's life and in my grandchildren's life. And so personally, of course, I support the library. But as I sit here, I'm representing taxpayers. And I have to take everybody into consideration and all of your concerns. And I have gone over this with a fine-tooth comb, and I didn't find any fluff in it. And so for that reason, I feel like you've done your due diligence, and I can support that. And I love this quote from Andrew Carnegie, so it has to be at least 120 years old, but he says, "A library outranks any other one thing a community can do to benefit its people. It is a never-failing spring in the desert." And then the great guru Albert Einstein said, "The only thing that you absolutely have to know is the location of the library." So.
Well, there's a lot of emotion in the room from both sides. I love books, I love reading. Obviously, I have a bookstore, and so consequently, I've always loved to read. I guess one thing that bothers me, I would like to see there be more public-private buy-in to this particular thing. We have a lot of foundations, organizations within our county that are certainly able to come up with some big ticket money towards this project. I would feel a lot better if I felt that there was that collaboration. And I understand that's a little harder, it's a little more work to get out there and to do that. I know you're not gonna raise the money selling bricks or something like that, but based on all the emotion motion in this room tonight in support of the library, I think there would be a lot of people that would be willing to assist with fundraising. I guess right now, as somebody mentioned, or a couple people have mentioned, timing is just really awful right now. I'm really concerned about Senate Bill 1. I guess right now I'm feeling like my first priority is to make sure that we can fund city services, police, fire, street, and so forth without breaking the back of the taxpayer, and then see where we're at after that.
Yeah, I didn't have a speech pre-planned. I wanted to keep it open-minded. At least 4 pages of notes. This is what makes America awesome, guys. So I hope you guys are having fun, because I sure am. So, so I love the library. My family goes there all the time, like 2-3 times a week. So it is near and dear to my heart. What's also near and dear to my heart is being able to put food on the table for them, and I work really hard to do that. You can ask these guys. I go to Ohio 2-3 days a week, leave at 5 a.m., back at 7 or 8 o'clock. So, me more than anybody, I want to watch where my tax dollars go. We're paying NIPSCO 3 times as much. I know that's not the library's problem. And then again, this isn't a library problem. This is a timing problem. SB 1 has an opportunity to cripple the taxpayer, depending upon what local governments may do in the future. I certainly hope we don't get to that point. I really hope so. Mr. Wilkins, so much respect for him. He brought up local income tax. There's a potential that our local income tax could theoretically double, maybe more. I sure hope that doesn't happen. And I don't like to speak on hypotheticals when making such a critical decision. However, that does have to factor in to planning for the future and trying to understand where we can spend and where we can't. And ultimately, based on my home budget, if I have uncertainty in the future, I batten down the hatches and I don't spend. That's the approach I'm going to take here tonight. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with the library. It is a paramount facility for our community, and several people here found a home there, and I appreciate each one of you guys. Again, I go there myself, okay? So this is more about the 3, 5, 10-year protection of potential taxpayers with very critical decisions coming up, not only for this council, but other local councils in our community, as well as in the state. And we just have too much uncertainty for me to be able to support this project at this time, and I'm very sorry about that.
Thanks, Josh, for your comments.
I guess I'll go next. I'm very impressed with the library. I spent more time in the library in the last 3 months than I probably have in the last 10 years. Been there 3 times every other day. Well, I was not technically on the library board, but back in '96, when I was on the school board, I landscaped the entire property. I was there every day. I did nothing but criticize the entrances. The architect says it'll be fine. People love the elevators. I said, no, it's not practical. They argued and argued. There were several other issues that I took, items that I took issue with. The architect simply would not listen. This is the way we're doing it, tough luck. You guys will get used to it. Didn't work. It's not working today. Didn't work 10 years ago, and it won't work 10 years from now. We, as a city council, are put in a very difficult position because we have no control of the library. You're autonomous. You have your board, and there's no oversight from the county, from the city, or anybody. I've had more people contact me on this issue than any that we've had before the city council. People are very engaged in what happens here. People are definitely stressed. When I got my taxes this time around, they went up 20%. I know people whose taxes went up more than that. They went up that much last year. That means my taxes double every 5 years. It's out of control. But I want to leave you with a couple numbers that Kyle Tom came up with and several others. If we pass the 17 million plus 12 million in interest, the daily budget of the library will be $20,000. Now, wrap your head around this one. If 200 people a day come into the library, that means the taxpayers will pay $100 for every person that walks through the door. You people that love the library, and I love the library, would you be willing to pay $100 every time you walk through the door? Is that a good deal? I think some of you need to think about that. That is what the library costs. And that's without making these repairs. So, I have real reservations. And I really can't with a good conscience put the taxpayers in debt for another 27, 28 million for 20 years. Because I'm not just putting the taxpayers today in debt. This puts my children and grandchildren in debt. This doesn't go away next year. This is still gonna be here in 2046. That's a long commitment. I feel terrible that the library has all these issues. I really do. Some were inherited, very unfortunately. Some have to be dealt with, and I'm not sure what the answer is. But I think every one of us on the city council take this very seriously. We put more effort into this than any project we've had as long as I've been on the council. I was on the school board for 4 years. We had an issue, we were building a high school. This was almost on level with that as far as the effort that the city council put into it. I just find it very difficult to burden the taxpayers with a $28 million debt with SB1 and all the other projects that are coming up. So if I vote against this, I hope you understand that's my reasoning. It's not that I have anything against the library. The library is wonderful, and I hope it continues to be wonderful. My grandkids go there, my kids went there. I wish I had more time to go there. So I just want to share that with you, and I hope you understand why I'm being in the direction I am. Thank you.
Comments from any other board members?
This is probably the hardest issue I ever had to face. I see both sides. I wish we had an alternative. Because I want to support the library. My mother was a school teacher. My sister was a school teacher. I served with a school teacher. You know, Jack and I sit on the redevelopment commission. We work so hard to bring new businesses into Warsaw. And I know that one of the things that many of those businesses, those prospective employees, executives, they bring, one of the things that's important to them, in addition to churches, schools, is a library. It's important, it's part of the fabric of this community. Oops. We had educators, doctors, lawyers speak on behalf. And they were all right. And the points that the people against the library made some really good points, and a lot of you are right. I think the abatement question was answered to my satisfaction.
hearing my tax rates going up. And I can tell you that going back to the redevelopment commission that Jack and I serve on, your tax rate is not going up. It's your assessed valuation that's going up. The tax rate hasn't changed. Warsaw has one of the lowest tax rates anywhere. But your assessed value is going up. And why is that? Because we're doing our job. We're making Warsaw someplace where people want to live. They want to move here. They want to be part of this community. And I don't know what the answer is. You know, I want to vote for it, and yet I see the money issue. It's a big, big number. And tonight I learned a lot of things. You know, I feel like I've just been kind of overwhelmed, and my brain is spinning. And I've never been good at making quick decisions. I've always been much better off thinking about things. Personally, I would like to see us maybe table this tonight and give the library board a chance to regather, rethink, reconnoiter, give me a chance to think. My fear is that if we say we can't do this, we're one catastrophe away from losing our library. I don't want to be responsible for that. You know, someone said it tonight. I wrote down some quotes that I heard. We have a beautiful asset here. I don't want to lose that. Someone said value cannot be captured on a balance sheet. I think that's really very true. Someone said where we invest shows what we value. I don't know that any of you sitting out there could say we don't value knowledge, reading skills, being inspired as a child, going to the library. We have a generational obligation. Councils that came before us saw the value of the library, saw the value that it brought to our community. Look how we've grown since 1914. And as you all know, nothing is going to ever be cheaper than it is today. You can kick the can down the road, and it's going to cost you more. I brought with me tonight a downtown plan. We get stuff like this all the time. And this is a map of the downtown. And there's the city hall, there's the lake, there's shopping. And on the east end, it's all anchored by the library. It boxes in the downtown. So when people were saying, you know, there is a return on investment. When you invest in a library, that money's just not gone. It just doesn't disappear or go into the building. It comes back with people coming into Warsaw, people moving into Warsaw, people wanting to live here, shop here. So this is a tough one. Personally, I'd like a couple weeks to think about it and ask more questions. You know, there's so many quotes out there. Pick your quote. You know, I have letters from people. I had one letter of opposition, and I didn't get it till today. I didn't. Where have you people been? I mean, we've been dealing with this for months. You know, it's not easy to sit up here and make a decision like this. This is hard. I did a little research, and I've lost sleep over this. I really have, and that's my family. And it got me to thinking about the great library of Alexandria. And we all grew up hearing about how the Alexandria library burned to the ground. Julius Caesar burned his fleet in the harbor because Ptolemy, Cleopatra's brother, was invading, and he sank the ships in the harbor, so Ptolemy's navy couldn't come in. Emperors left the ship, started docks on fire. The emperors went to the library because there were no windows, full of papyrus, and the place burned down. That's what we were raised learning. But I found out that's not true. The library didn't suffer from one traumatic fire. It suffered decades or centuries, actually, of military armies crisscrossing in and out of Egypt for centuries, and it fell into disrepair and institutional neglect. And I don't want that to happen to our library. And I guess that's all I got to say about that.
Well, I'm the oldest dude on this line. I've been around the library for a long time, but I don't see I just don't see well, I can't support it right now. No against it.
Can we ask a question of the library board?
Yes, you may do so. You can talk to the library officials, and they've brought the board in to speak also. I would direct it though to Heather and see if she can work with it.
If given an opportunity, would it be feasible, would it be possible to look to a plan B?
I will defer.
Because like I said, I feel like we're one catastrophe away from closing the doors if something bad were to happen, and I'm doing this. And trying to help you keep the doors open, trying to keep our library vibrant, keep it part of our community, maybe scale it.
I will ultimately defer to the board, but I would like to say we have proven, as Diane mentioned.
If you will,
sorry.
no, it's okay, thanks, that will. Thank you.
I will let the board speak to this, but I also want to say thank you for the question. But this is why we were here tonight, talking about there is no fluff in our presentation in this project. This project covers essentials. This was started with a feasibility study, an architecture firm and an engineering firm, which we invested in. That was followed up with a schematic design with an architecture firm and an engineering firm. That was followed up by a third-party independent consultant to verify that those other two numbers were correct. We have drilled down from an initial renovation cost of $22 million, trying to get rid of everything we possibly can, but still be able to maintain this building. If we delay, you've heard that the numbers are going to rise astronomically. You've heard about the reinvestment into the community. We are here tonight asking for the $17 million because we have to be here tonight asking for the $17 million. This didn't happen overnight. As you've heard, we've been talking about this for years. It's been coming. The timing of when it came is unfortunate, but this is where we are. And we need your support, your leadership, your guidance, your help to invest back into the library, which means investing back into the entire community. And I will let the board speak to this as well if they'd like.
One thing I'd like to say about that is that if we try to plan B, we're just gonna have to be here next year asking for another one, and the following year asking for another one. And something I've heard you all unanimously comment about is how difficult this has been, how stressful this has been. Do you want to do this every year? And it's important. I mean, it's a problem. And also, expenses will go up. Next year's bond, say we somehow go for $6 million. Next year, we might have to ask for 8, the next year 10, maybe 16. I mean, and we're gonna eventually hit that 36 to 40 over that time if we delay. And we're gonna have to put you through this gauntlet every single year. And I don't think that's something anybody wants to go through. And it only spends more taxpayer money. That's a huge problem of the delay, is that this only gets more expensive for the taxpayers. It cannot get less expensive. And of course, if you lose your library, you'll probably never open it again. That would be almost impossible in the coming years. So we are unfortunately at that critical point. There really isn't a way around it. Thank you.
Really appreciate the efforts of the board during this time. Obviously, I can entertain any motions with a second. Are there any more comments? I really appreciate you sharing with the community where you are after countless hours leading up to tonight, and all the effort by the library, leadership, the board, as well as you. It's been impressive for me as the mayor to be a part of and watch this. This is real community to me. Any further comments, questions?
I'd just like to say one more thing. I thought somebody asked a really good question about making decisions about where we spend our money. And I'll just go on record as saying that I think the library is more important than some of the other projects that might be coming up. Mobilized by what might happen in the future. And we thought the sky was gonna fall this year. Now maybe the sky's gonna fall next year. Now maybe the sky's gonna fall 3 years from now. The library's definitely gonna fall by then.
Maybe the lake's gonna flood this year.
And so I think that kicking this down the road for another council to deal with, or for people to go back to the drawing board, which is what some of you are asking, but they went back to the drawing board several times. And so I think we're where we're at, and taxpayers we're trying to protect are gonna be paying more. And I don't wanna be that person, so, that's just my final comment.
You know, you raise a really good point, guys. And I've said this to, I think everyone sitting up here. We can't vote on something that we don't know about. And we don't know about SB 1. We don't know what the fallout's gonna be. The state legislature can change their mind next session. Just a lot of unknown there. And you guys can use it that are against, you guys can use it that are pro, but nobody knows. We don't have a crystal ball, wish we did. But to your point about foregoing some other projects, I think that's a real option. You know, that Festival Street can wait. We don't own the Marshville folks. City doesn't own it, so the library can't go there anyway. I don't think the parking garage is gonna fly. I just don't think it'll happen.
If it doesn't, bring this back.
So, you know, one in the hand is worth 2 or 3 or 4 in the bush. I'd be more than willing to not do some things, even though this project is not our project. It's not our project. They just have to ask us if they can get a bond. That's it. That's the only question being raised here tonight. This is not our project. We have no say in their project. They just need the permission of this board to apply for a bond. And I don't think I'm capable of saying no to them, because I think there's too much on the line. So if I believe in it that strongly, then I'm more than willing to forego some other projects that might affect our tax rate and keep our city growing, keep it a place where people want to come and live. I think that's a great idea. And Jeff, I just want to say, in public, I thought what you said was wonderful. Thank you. I know you worked hard on that, and I know this has been an agonizing exercise.
I like, Diane, I like your approach. I'm trying to think ahead and think of how that would work. It sounds good right now, but I'm also looking at those future projects. Not that I wouldn't give them up, but the funding mechanisms are so much different. It doesn't come out of the general fund. It doesn't go to any kind of tax base. It comes out of TIF, it comes out of ED, it comes out of other places. And I'm concerned about making a commitment like that tonight, realizing that may not be the way it ends up, and then we're gonna look like, you know what, everybody again. I just don't wanna make that commitment as much as I agree with it. I'd love to reshuffle the deck of our projects.
Those that
And
would
put them up
cost the
front.
taxpayers money, and I didn't mention any specific projects.
Right.
So you're correct that a lot of that funding would have to come from grants and other types of funding that we're receiving.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't cost the taxpayers anymore. And that would be on us to be creative and figure that out.
I would just like to add, the problem is, we have no control over the parking garage, that's the county. We can't vote on it, we have nothing to do with that, that could come up, we have no say so. Remodeling Lakeview, that could be 50, 75 million, we have no control over that, they're gonna vote on that. That's out of our hands, but that's money that the taxpayers will be burdened with. It's money that they may not be able to afford their houses. And I understand the library is vital, but if you can't afford to live here, the library doesn't do you any good. When you came to us the first time, you asked for 17 million and another 12 million in interest. We basically said, if you ask for 5 million, we'll guarantee it for you. I think we still would. In a heartbeat, I'd vote for 5 or 6 million, but I just can't burden the taxpayer with 29 million at this point. Maybe next year I'll have a totally different attitude. I've had over 100 people contact me, and I can tell you honestly, it was 9-1 against. Because people are just tired of their taxes. Look at what happened in the election. You know, if one person said he wasn't in favor of the garage, it was an overwhelming vote. That's the sentiment of the taxpayer. They're scared. Things aren't getting any cheaper. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't want to see anything happen to the library because it is a very valuable asset. But I'll say it again, I can't in clear conscience burden the taxpayer with $29 million on top of the $4 million that you already have in your budget. That's a total of $6 million a year. It's 4.2 and 1.7. I'm looking at your numbers.
Jermaine, are you wanting to engage with the library?
Sure, I mean, if you want to
Okay,
challenge it,
then
I'm looking at
I
your
just want to
numbers.
make sure, yeah, point of order, but yeah, if you'd like to respond to that, that's it, thanks, Jermaine. Thank you.
Go to the lectern, please.
Yeah, that helps, thank you, no, you're fine. Thank you.
So while the library does indeed have a budget of $4 million for 2026, excuse me, let me just get to my budget over here, okay, yes. They only levy in property tax for 2026, $2,497,953. So they levy just a little over half of what their actual budget is. From that, approximately 2.5 million circuit breaker is deducted from that, so they don't even collect that full amount.
So where does the whole $4 million come from?
The 4 million is the library's budget, it's their appropriation. It is what they are allowed to spend. However, they do not spend that because of course they have to balance that with what they receive with the levy.
So I guess I got lost in the shuffle because I was under the understanding that the library budget with all expenses was 4.2 million. That is the expenditure of last year.
The expenditure for 2025, I don't believe that, what I'm referring to here is their budget order that's issued by the Department of Local Government Finance. Again, the library has a budget and an appropriation to spend 4.4 million, but they levy just about 2.5 million. So as anybody who runs a household or a business knows, you can say I have a budget of $5 million, but if I only have revenue of 2.5, that's all I can truly spend.
But the additional estimated maximum debt service payment is 1.76 million.
That is correct.
So you're saying it's almost double what it is now?
The maximum debt service payment is about 1.76 million. That is based on a 5.5% interest rate, which is, as I said earlier, conservatively high. And the estimated tax rate that goes along with that is 6.8 cents.
So I apologize if I was misled. I was under the understanding that your total budget was 4.2 million.
Again, budget is, but the spending is less than that 4.2 million.
Appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
And if I can just say at the same time, there was a comment earlier that there's no oversight of the library. And I would like to say that we do provide statistics every year to the Indiana State Library, yes. But we also just finished an audit with the State Board of Accounts, which we passed with flying colors. Thank you, Renee, for your amazing bookkeeping. Also, so State Board of Accounts, we are responsible to. We are also responsible to the Department of Local Government and Finance. We have a lot of oversight. Again, everything, and Jurgen, thank you for looking. Everything is available on Gateway. It is a learning curve to get government financing, but there is a lot of oversight for the library, and I just wanted to make sure we touched on that.
I appreciate that. I guess my point was you don't have oversight from the city council. We have no skin in the game at all because we don't have a representative on your board. So we're kind of at a loss as to what you're doing because it's hard to stay informed when you're not engaged. All the other areas in the city, we do have a city council representative on the park board, the planning commission, but you don't. And that's an unfortunate thing that's bad for all of us.
And our meetings are open to the public every month. We have public board meetings, the second Monday, it's so late. The second Monday of every month at 4 p.m., so anyone is welcome to attend.
Yes. Have a representative on the park, on the library board through the park, raise your hand, Joe, through the park board, and you elected her, Jurgen.
I did.
Any other comments, questions from the members of the council?
I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's midnight and you're still here.
Questions?
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2026-0501.
There's a motion to approve the resolution. I need a second.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Jeff.
Before we take a vote, I just want to remind you, this resolution is a little bit unique in that it's got two parts to it. One, the resolution would be approving the Warsaw Community Public Library's issuance of a bond. And then the second follow-up is if they fund that bond, that the proceeds of that bond, that $17,090,000, could be appropriated to the project of repairing the library, upgrading the library, the project. So it's two-part. It's issuing the bond and approving the appropriation of spending the bond proceeds on the library project. So it's a technicality, but I just want to make sure before you voted that you would, if you vote yes, you're voting to approve it.
Diane, are you good making the motion? Jack, are you good? Okay. So we do have a motion, thank you for that. We do have a motion and a second to approve resolution 2026-0501. Is there any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. I would ask that it be by hand. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Diane, Mike, and Jack, thank you for that. All those opposed to the resolution, please raise your right hand. Sherry, Josh, Jurgen, and Cindy, thank you. The vote is is 3 in favor and 4 against. Therefore, the resolution will not pass. I do want to thank this community. I do want to thank the library for your yeoman's job effort. I also want to thank, as a former councilman, privileged to be the mayor, the work by this council in the actual vote, reminding us how serious this issue is, the business of serving the public. Thank you. I'm asking for a motion for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Again, please no discussion with the council members until after our meeting. We still have 2 more items. Thank you so much to everybody. Everybody. Thank you. Be safe going home. If you decide to leave.
Way to go, partner. Thank you so much. Hey, Mom. Thank you.
I know people that are CTV has a tax write-off. Probably maybe thanks to tax write-off.
Nobody's even contacted me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if yeah. Okay. So you can have myself out, yeah, that's fine. If you want me just to, okay. Alright. Yeah, that's fine, no. Did they say what? Or they just want to go home? They just want to, I was going to take 2 minutes, but yeah, no, really? I was going to just snap. I'm not going to read my thing.
Anything else?
Totally up to you. I won't feel short. I can go short. I can go really short.
Right here, Sharon. I was like, I don't see it. What would I have done? I thought, did I hear it? What is it? Oh, no. I have my phone. Are they normally like this? Well, apparently, we don't come to the meeting for that. No, I'm just saying, that's what Diane and all them are saying, hey, I don't even live in the city. But I know, but apparently, I pay library tax, and I pay a city and town tax, that I just saw in my assessment yesterday for some reason. I'm in Wayne Township. I pay township, library, and city town tax, and sewer. I pay county, I pay it all. I don't even know why I pay city and town, to be honest. I'm like, I couldn't even vote for these people. And I pay the city and town taxes. So I don't understand. I literally just found this like on my assessment the other day. And I was like, I don't know why I'm paying city and town taxes. I can't even vote for these people. Now they want to complain. There's a whole room of people here. Well, I don't even come here because I'm not in the city. So yeah, I know you mess with my taxes. That's why I'm here. Anyways, yeah.
Come back to order, we still have two items. Thank you. Still have two items. Two items on the agenda. First item, we need to still consider this conflict of interest, statements, 2026, as presented. Any questions there? I am seeking action on that.
You just need them acknowledged, or you need us to?
Need a vote?
Yeah, acknowledgement and vote.
And we can do
I
that
have
through.
a motion to vote.
You should just acknowledge it, right?
We've done it. Yeah. Acknowledge them by a vote. Good question.
And we can do that through, right?
You gotta like a motion and
I
a
move
vote.
that we acknowledge these four.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
For the sake of time, I know we've got a couple of people that waited this whole time to get their platform. I think with sharper minds, we could probably have a much better discussion, regarding the e-bike ordinance. I would make a motion that we table that till next month.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'd like to maybe hear information about it, but wait for the decision with that.
I think that's fair. I think rather than making a decision on it tonight, I think maybe.
Yeah, I would agree with
Yeah.
that, but perhaps we
I
could
think
hear
we made
the
a decision here
presentation, so we know what we're thinking
I'll
I'll
about.
tell you-
down in 2 weeks.
I will
So
tell you.
more information.
Order, please, order, please, order. I will tell you that Justin does have just a few comments, if you want to share, just a couple of short, he told me to be real short and sweet.
Told the mayor 30 seconds. So, appreciate your time. It's past all of our bedtime, so I understand that we want to just wrap this up. So, all I'll say is our current ordinance doesn't have e-bikes, it doesn't include the electric skateboards, all of those devices. What this e-bike does is it works those into our current bicycle ordinance. There are bicycles, they can be labeled as e-bikes, but they can go 60 miles an hour. So we're just basically putting an ordinance together. We put together an ordinance that will regulate those. The ones that the state classifies as vehicles are they're isolated to the street, and the ones that go a little bit slower, more controlled speed, can be on the sidewalk. So that's what this ordinance does. We just appreciate your consideration whenever you guys want to. So.
Did the traffic commission give a unanimous vote in favor?
Correct. The traffic commission recommended the ordinance, and the Ride Walk Advisory Committee recommended it as well. So.
Are hoverboards included in this?
Yeah, it's any electric, micro mobility devices. My apologies, I can't speak right now.
You're doing great.
Yeah, so we kind of cast a broad net to capture all of those devices, but then exclude some of the e-moto devices, which the state classifies as more of a moped. So if you saw a moped driving down the trail, you would know something was wrong, but some of these, and you would say that person should be on the trail with a moped. But some of these electric bikes can be, these e-moto devices can look a little bit different, or similar to the bikes that go a little bit slower. So this ordinance, sets speed limits on the trails, so we can really, it helps us enforce those lower speeds.
So what's the advantage of delaying?
Maybe
there isn't one. I just thought for this, since it's already, so late.
I mean, that means they have to come back. They sat there for.
In fairness, that
5
it
hours.
does make sense. I don't personally know a lot about e-bikes, so it's just a different thing, but.
First reading,
Yeah.
so we got to come back maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
So this will be the first of 2 readings.
First of two, okay, all right, so I rescind my motion.
No, and yeah, I appreciate it, because I'm tired too, Jim. Yeah, I didn't know, I thought it might be longer too. So
I rescind my motion.
Yeah. Thanks for your comments. Maybe stay here. Any other questions? This would be first reading if you want to take action, and we can look at it again.
The speed limits for the multi-use trails will apply to
because I attend traffic commission meetings. We have 2 traffic commission members here, if you guys wanna bring it to the council. And if not, that's up to you.
I mean, I think the traffic commission was wanting
Yes.
to,
Was it like a unanimous?
Yes,
yes.
it was. Remember, this is going to be first reading too, so we have to meet again, but it would allow the timing of it. We're heading into summer and clarifying the language for the planning department, code enforcement.
Well,
and
normally I would,
law enforcement.
normally I would not wanna do it, you know, on the heels of what we just went through, just because I would want us to have clear minds to be able to think things through, but, since it does require 2 readings, there, you know, I should have done that. I would be in favor of
And unanimous recommendation from traffic, Lieutenant council member.
I think that's a fair reason.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we get through it as quickly as possible, because
to
there
do it
are
just
more
to
and
get
more
it.
of those.
I don't want us to do it just to get it done, okay?
I've read it, I don't see anything.
I'll entertain a motion to approve on first reading.
I'll make a motion to approve.
On first read, is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second, that was Diane Lynn. Motion by Jurgen. Any further discussion? All those in favor of passing ordinance 2026-0601 on first reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, unanimous. Thank you. Any other matters? Well, I'll just tell all of you, I greatly appreciate it as a former councilman myself, what I observed, the government teacher in me, our community, not an easy decision. I greatly appreciate your efforts over a year and a half ago leading up to all this. The system, Winston Churchill, the system works and all, it works. Tell me one that doesn't work any better, and boy, oh boy, I saw it tonight. So thank you very much for that.
Jeff, can I make a comment quick before you close it?
Any other matters? Yep. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, guys. I'm for District Public, I'm Nate Callison, I live in Warsaw. I know that was a really hard time tonight, 5 hours of that debate and discussion, and that doesn't include the years and before that you were thinking of mulling it over. I'll just say this as someone who represents a lot of the young people in Warsaw, and that, you know, looking at the comments of who was talking tonight, what the decision really was that was made is gonna really impact the decision that we make as a family on whether or not we stay in this community or not. As you probably know and understand, I really do love and cherish this community. But if this community doesn't have a library, we're gonna move. We're gonna be forced with a decision in about 2 years, once my wife is done with school, whether
This wasn't the point of me getting to talk.
Those are matters.
Yeah, so we're not gonna entertain criticism or your opinion about that. You had your chance to talk earlier, so they voted, so.
I know, but I want them to understand.
Yeah, well, that's not what this is for. You don't get a unique chance to let them understand your opinion when everybody else in the room didn't have a unique chance to come up here and let them have their opinion either, so. They voted, you had a chance to talk to them a little bit.
Anything else? Anything else?
Just that we're probably not gonna stay here based solely on the vote.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. Motion in the second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.